Town Sports, 1140. The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he.
I'm about to say by saying I'm 98% screwing around. That being said,
Jason has had a wonderful career at the station.
It's Friday. I'm in a good mood. I got a big day today. I'm leaving here and gonna go to Vallejo, play golf with my brother and fam, and then
the game of golf.
Coming back tonight. And taking my kids to a rock concert. Yeah, it's a big day. I'm going to be very tired tonight, but it's worth it. And by the way, where's all the vacation? Why isn't Jason? Jason's always on vacation. Well, he's not on vacation. As a matter of fact, Jason will be doing the show today. Jason will be doing a show today. Jason will be doing middays today for Alan Stiles.
And then I will be doing the drive, guys.
That would be, honestly, I would not lying. I would tune in for every minute of that if that was the case. I really would. So I got a call from Jason yesterday afternoon. That's not uncommon. Jason and I generally talk probably around, I would say on average, we talk 0.7 times a day via phone off the air. Not every day, but I'd say 3-4 times a week if you counted them all up. And I get a call from him, and honestly, if you had a recording of our calls, you would either laugh or cry, because generally the first 3 minutes are each of us going, hello, hi, hello, that just messing around. And if you think that what we do on the air with each other is air only and not off the air, you're incredibly mistaken. We do bits on our phone calls all the time. Thank you, Jason. He said, hey, I just got a call. I don't know. Jose did the show yesterday for Alan, and all accounts, Jose did a great job. I don't know. It's none of my business why Jose can't do today as well. But I guess Jason was asked to cover middays. So Jason's covering middays today, and I'm doing mornings, which is not the news you want to get on a Thursday evening. Because just behind the scenes here, I write the show from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. Jason writes the show from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m., which is why you can always tell the latter half of the show is more professional and concise. So now I'm writing the whole show. I don't like saying I'm doing the show on my own because I have Chris here. But pretty much doing the show on my own with the little sprinklings of Christopher Lott. 4 hours. Oh, by the way, the Giants were off yesterday. The A's were off yesterday. It's the first time in a while I think we've had one playoff game. So, of course, Of course that's happening. But more to the point, so I'll take you really behind the scenes. Probably too far behind the scenes, but hey, it's all in good fun. So I've said it before, but Jason and I we're in the middle of contract negotiations right now. Contracts are both up, I think, June 1st. And the company is phenomenal. We fully expect to have everything signed, sealed, delivered.
This seems like a cash grab.
Yeah, I mean, it's and here's another way behind the scenes thing. I generally don't ask for more money. I ask for things like, hey, if I got to go to England for the soccer team, be cool about it. Everyone's cool about it. This, that, things that are easy. One of the very first things I asked was, believe it or not, despite the fun reputation I have of taking 100 vacations, I'm actually maxed out on my vacation. I'm not accruing any vacation time right now because I've maxed my vacation time out. So I want to take some time off this summer. My daughter is graduating. We have all kinds of, we have this orientation stuff at USC. I got to move her in down there. That's just my daughter. I have a big birthday in August. I want to go do something for that. My parents' 60th wedding anniversary is July 2nd. We got to do something for that. And then, like we did last year, the soccer training camp is in Austria, and I want to take that's our big family vacation. There's a lot of stuff going on this summer because I'm a pile of emotion because I'm losing my little girl come September to the college world. So there's a lot of stuff I want to knock out. And I said, hey, the only thing I really want is just a good bullpen setup behind us. So I don't want to. I feel incredibly guilty when I go on vacation. I truly do, because it's more of a load on Jason, more of a load on Chris. It's a big fat load on both of them. And I truly feel very guilty about that. My wife will be walking along the beach or something, and I got my phone out. I'm looking at the show.
Set the screen.
Thank you. Or I'm looking at texts, and a lot of that's my own, whatever. But I would feel so much better. A lot of people have jobs like you work for the state, for example. Most of you work for the state, and I know there's people listening that do. Hey, if you got vacation, you take it. You just have to give notice and you go, and you don't think twice about it. That's not this job. I love this job, but that's not how this job works. It's just a lot of pressure on everybody when you go on vacation. So it does not fill me with confidence when we're breaking up. No offense to anybody else on the station, but let's just be honest. This is the heavy hitters right here. This is the flagship program of the station. And you're breaking up the combo here to cover middays. And I understand Alan is he's on not really a vacation. He's at a radio convention event in Chicago. Weirdly enough, the home of the new Pope. We'll get to that later.
Really?
Yeah. How about that?
I did not know that.
How about that? By the way, also, if you're thinking of sharing the joke that Chicago got a new Pope before the Bears had a quarterback that threw for 4,000 yards, it's literally been made by 100,000 billion people, and I've seen every single one. So always will welcome new jokes, but that one has been tried and true forever.
Do you think he's heard of the Super Bowl shuffle?
I made that joke myself. Yeah, I've literally tweeted that joke. Also, and we'll get to
Has anyone done like something where when he's being introduced, they play the
Bulls theme? Yes.
Damn it.
Yeah, that's out there too. Yes, we've seen pictures of him at the World Series. Yes, he's a White Sox fan, not a Cubs fan, as previously reported erroneously.
Well, as you're talking about all of this, and like it seems like we're kind of trying to think of the right wording for this. Late behind the scenes. You know whose fault this is, don't you?
I don't.
We bring the boom.
Frankie.
That's what we do.
He's on his second paternity leave.
Oh, come on, dude.
So that's why Brendan Nunez couldn't fill in yesterday.
Second paternity leave.
Yes.
I got one, and it was a week, and I had to use vacation, which you should have paternity. Jeez. So, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Why is Frankie being gone mean that Brendan can't fill in?
Because Brendan's filling in for Frankie.
Doing what?
Doing Frankie stuff.
But what is that?
Doing all the things
putting
for
up the
website.
clips and stuff? We don't have somebody
and writing stories.
Why Watkins can't do that?
Huh? Well, he's also doing his regular job.
Watkins?
Brendan.
What's Brendan's regular job?
Writing stories for the website.
Okay. So what? I'm trying to catch up here. So Frankie's gone. So Brendan's filling in for
Brendan and Chris have to do all of Frankie's job and do their job.
I'm saying, couldn't we maybe pull back on do we really need what the Kings aren't playing? The A's and Giants were off yesterday. What are we updating? What are we throwing out on the website? Clips of this show? I'll do it. I literally will do it. I'll throw up 3 clips.
I'll let them know that next time.
I'm serious. I will do if that fixed this, I will happily screen record 3 clips from this show that are awesome. Put them out on the station website. Boom. We have a fill-in host.
And you're writing the newsletter.
What newsletter?
The newsletter that we send out.
What's the newsletter going to say? That playoffs are going? I'll write the newsletter. Hey, the NBA playoffs are happening. Oh my God, home teams are losing. A's open against the Yankees this weekend. The Giants are in 3rd place. Like, what are we doing? I literally could write. I'm not trying to, although it sounds like it. Remember earlier I said I was 90% joking. I'm not trying to diminish anyone's job. You're
doing a very good job.
What I am saying is that the most important, other than engineering and making the station run and all that, the most important job, the most front-facing job on this station is hosting.
It's a new.
Everything else is an accoutrement.
We're a new business.
Business. We're talking about 2 days, maybe double up. So because Alan's off at a radio convention eating hot dogs or whatever they do there, radio convention, which I mean, what is he gaining out of that, by the way? Just exposure? No, I mean, honestly, what is he getting out of it?
I don't know.
I'm asking you. I don't know either.
Have you been to one?
No.
I haven't been to one.
That sounds to me like it's a bunch of schmoozing and you listen to people speak and then you schmooze some more and then maybe you make a couple contacts and then you come home. It sounds like a big waste of time and money to me. And I understand, look, Alan has a right to be off this weekend. This is his weekend. This is Alan's special weekend and he should have it off every single year. I admit that. I'm fully okay with him being gone. It's Short King weekend. He should be able to spend it however he wants. 5'9" to 5'11" every year is Short King weekend. He gets it off. I'm good with that. Hey, Grok. Write
so what's up?
Yeah.
Ready to dive into whatever you're curious about today?
What?
Write me a newsletter from the point of view of the Sacramento radio market that talks about any local Sacramento Kings news, NBA playoff news nationally, Giants news, and A's news. Again, put it in the form of maybe a 4 to 5 paragraph newsletter coming from Sacktown Sports 1140. I'm just trying to prove a point here. Thinking. So they're searching right now some things. Yep, still thinking. All right, I mean, we're taking a little moment here. Oh, come on. What are we up to now? 30 seconds? 20 seconds? Oh, sorry. It's hearing me. It's hearing me talk.
Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter. What's good, Sacktown? Your home for all things sports, Sacktown Sports 1140 is back with the latest scoop to keep you in the game. The Sacramento Kings have been making waves, even if the season didn't end as we hoped. After a 40-42 campaign, the Kings fell short in the NBA play-in tournament, losing 120-106 to the Dallas Mavericks. The fallout was big. Coach Mike Brown, who snapped our playoff drought in 2023, was let go.
All right, maybe we need Brendan.
Wow, I hated that.
That was terrible. All right, sorry, Brendan and Frankie. By the way, and I'm not saying we should AI the newsletter. I'm saying we could AI the newsletter once.
You're saying if it was up to you, you would do it.
I'm saying if it was up to me, I think that in a pinch, you could AI the newsletter because you can't replace Brendan or Frankie when it comes to their connections, their sources, their breaking news, and all that. They do provide real value. I'm saying I think top of the list of their responsibilities should be filling in as a host, and then everything else comes below that. I feel like we could do without that. If in a pinch, I'd rather have Brendan on today, no offense to Jason, and Jason with us, than have Brendan, doing.
Jason seemed pretty excited. He's like, I get to sleep in.
He was excited about sleeping in. All right. Enough of that. We do have a lot for you today. And if you're wondering, hey, Dave, since you're doing all 4 hours of the show, does that mean you're going to be replaying a bunch of interviews from other shows? Not entirely, but we do have, depending on how today goes, we have a couple in the hopper. We have Tim Roy and Ian Begley, both from the station earlier this week that are ready to go if I don't like the way the show is going. Also, Sam will join us at 9 a.m. Normally,
I know I'm shamelessly pumping the poll here.
Normally he's 8 a.m. On Thursdays, but he was traveling, so it'll be the one-on-one Carmichael Dave interview with Sam Amick. Wow, without Jason here as a buffer, that could get ugly too. We're going to have fun. We're going to have the NBA playoffs, both last night, what's coming up. Draymond Green is angry at the agenda against him, perceived or otherwise. We do have an American Pope, so I have not Pope questions, but sports Pope questions. And by the way, spoiling a segment a little bit later, happy 55th birthday to Douglas Dale Christie, who, again, turns 55 today, the head coach of the Sacramento Kings. And we're going to decide what to get him for his birthday coming up a little bit later on. We'll lead it off, everybody, next.
Malik Monk plays
Started
here.
left, goes right, steps back, launches the three. Nothing but net. Oh, that was just filthy. Oh, my, that was sweet.
Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
Or you could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
Full details and disclaimer.
Let's do it. Leading off, the 3 top stories in the morning.
Huge news. This is very important.
Here's cut number 1.
Jalen Clark will dribble it out. The Timberwolves, an impressive Game 2 victory over the Golden State Warriors, 117-93 to even this best-of-7 series at a game apiece.
Yeah, impressive is right. That's what I think we thought was going to happen with Boston and the Knicks. That's what we thought was going to happen with Cleveland against Indiana, both in Game 2. That's what we thought was going to happen. And that happened last night with the Timberwolves. That really happened the night before with the Thunder over the Nuggets. But there's a lot coming out of this one. First off, this is your Steph Curry effect. I think most would agree on that. Timberwolves outscored the Warriors in every single quarter. This thing was over after the first, 29-15, 117-93, probably not even that close, just to give you an idea. And it does show you how important Steph Curry is to this club. And they really got nothing. They absolutely got nothing. Buddy Hield was 5 of 14. Jimmy Butler only took 13 shots. Draymond Green shot 30% on 10 shots. And obviously there were some things going on with him. The Warriors missed 9 free throws. There was a scare with Anthony Edwards, who came down and seemed to tweak his ankle. You might remember he had an ankle issue against the Lakers that actually I thought looked worse than this one. And he was able to come back in the second half. He was able to come back in the second half and do just enough. Fortunately for the Timberwolves, it was a blowout, which also makes me wonder why Anthony Edwards played 34 minutes, to be honest with you. Probably should have played less and let him maybe come out in the third just to test it out. And then I would have put him on the bench the rest of the way unless the Warriors got a little crazy and started coming back. Now, much like with the Nuggets getting totally blown, I mean, even worse than this was a 24-point loss for the Warriors. That was less than half of what the Nuggets were blown out by. So if you'd asked the Warriors, if you'd asked the Nuggets, like Jason and I were talking about yesterday, would you take this split and get blown out in game 2? Of course you would, going back home. But at the same time, it leaves I think both would say they would have rather gotten blown out in game 1 and then stolen game 2 than the other way around, because now you wonder if it leaves a little bit of a taste in their mouth, if it leaves some doubt in their head. And I would worry more about that less about that with the Warriors, to be honest, and their experience. But there's a lot of stuff that came out of this, including Draymond Green, and we'll have audio of what he said post-game and a few other things. In the meantime, cut number 2, please.
Cut number 2.
We're excited to be here for the next 3 years, playing in this beautiful ballpark, but also being able to watch some of the greatest players in baseball, whether they be athletics players or Aaron Judge and others, launch home runs out of this very intimate, the most intimate ballpark in all of Major League Baseball.
Hey, that's your guy, John Fisher. Chris's guy, John Fisher, owns his favorite baseball team, the Athletics. And here we go. The Yankees.
Aaron Judge and others.
Aaron Judge and others. I mean, honestly, that there is like a non-zero chance that was written by ChatGPT too.
I think ChatGPT would have done a better job.
You're probably actually right. That would actually be an interesting segment live. ChatGPT come up with a 2-paragraph welcome to the city of Sacramento for the Athletics playing baseball over the next 3 years from the point of view of Athletics owner John Fisher. Make sure to mention Aaron Judge coming to play at some point. Well, here we are. They open up their series versus the Yankees. That's happening today. I think, that's a night game, right? So Jason will still be able to go. That was the other thing I thought of actually just now. Gosh, is he not going to be able to go to this thing because he's working? Let's see. Yankees.
I think he would have given a solid no.
I think he would. I think he would have too. Yankees A's tonight, 7:05. Hey, also, Giants open at the Twins. The Twins are 18-20. So on the surface, you go, okay. Here's the thing: the Twins are 12-6 at home. The Twins have won 5 in a row. So this is the Giants are going in to a team that is in very good form right now at Target Field, Hicks versus Paddock. So we shall see, because in the world of the NL West, despite the fact that the Padres and Dodgers both lost their last game, you're looking, this thing is so bunched up right now. The Dodgers have a 1-game lead over the Padres and Giants. The A's, by the way, 3 back of the Mariners going into this series with the Yankees. And right now, as we talked about earlier, the A's are in a stretch of games that are not great. 13-7 on the road, 7-11 at home for the Athletics. 7-11 at home. What is with that? That's actually a great summer topic if that continues. Remember how we talked about how the Kings have one of the worst home versus road differential records in the league. Now the A's might have the worst home versus. Is Sacramento not a sports town? Are Sacramento fans there you go. Are Sacramento fans the most overrated fans in all of sports based on how their teams perform at home? Is it a home court, home field disadvantage? That would be an amazing segment. That would go over super duper well with everybody. Also not true. Cut number 3.
Cut number 3.
4 seconds to go. Halliburton for 3. 3 ball up top. Indiana by 1. 1 and 1/10 seconds to go. Inbound. Merrill didn't get it off. And this rivals the Milwaukee finish.
You have got to be kidding me.
You have got to be kidding me. We're not kidding you at all. Cleveland down 0-2. Going into Indiana tonight, you got to think this one is going to be. Cleveland's got to have this game. You have to. Can you come back down 0-3? Of course. Is it likely? No, it's incredibly unlikely. They have to get tonight. They know it. They have to win tonight, or they're just setting themselves up for an absolute disappointment for a 64-18 club. A 64-18 club, which you'd think would pave the way for the 61-21 Boston Celtics to just cruise through the rest of the Eastern Conference. Not so fast, as we'll get Celtics-Knicks at Madison Square Garden, Game 3 this weekend as well. Also, Thunder Nuggets in Denver, and that's a 68-14 team that only finished 18 games better than Denver this year, but 1-1 in the series. The Nuggets get home court advantage.
I would say they're more like 1.5 and 1.
I know, right? No, I'm with you, and I fully. As a matter of fact, let's knock this out early, Chris. All right, Pacers hosting the Cavs. Who's favored by how much? Cleveland down 0-2.
Man, I want to. I'll say Cavs 2.5.
You know what? I'm going to give you 0.5 point. Cavs 3.5, and I think that was a tough one to pick. Thunder at the Nuggets. Series tied 1-1.
Thunder 9.5.
I would have said Thunder 10.5. I think this is actually a more surprising line. The Thunder are favored by 5.5.
Really?
That honestly that's interesting. Vegas is good at what they do, but that seems incredibly low.
Haven't these point spreads seemed so weird?
They have. Well, remember,
I'm not even saying like the favorites, just like the point spreads themselves.
9.5 for both Boston and Oklahoma City in Game 1, then 10.5 for both in their second. Like they've matched up with them. I honestly thought the Thunder would be favored by somewhere around 9.5, 10.5. All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, Warriors lose to the T-Wolves. We got audio of that. We got a couple injuries to deal with. And Draymond Green making the headlines both in the game and post-game. We'll get to that next.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Carmichael Dave here for my good friends at American Energy. As a native Sacramentan, I can tell you, not that you need to know, that it might be nice right now, but turn the corner. Oh my God, it's so hot. Yeah, summer is coming. And my friends at American Energy want to make sure you are dialed with your AC unit. So how about this half off tune-up right now? It's a special going on, just $24.50 to get your air conditioner tuned up. A free diagnostic. And oh, by the way, if you need a new AC unit, up to $3,500 in rebates on qualifying system installations. That's right. They've been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Give them a call, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Here's the song.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Disturbed. Live. Oh, get up, come on, get down with the 25th anniversary of the 5-time platinum album, The Sickness. 2 sets, 1 show, The Sickness in its entirety, and greatest hits with special guests, Daughtry, and Nothing More. Friday, May 9th, Golden One Center. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Disturbed. Live.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-2013. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-2013. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013.
There are so many benefits of working with the Overhead Door Company of Sacramento. Now, we chose them to get our new garage doors, and we're so thrilled that we did. They look absolutely amazing. Jason Ross here. And for us, well, we just flat out needed new garage doors. But maybe you do as well, or maybe it's just repairs to your existing doors. Well, the Overhead Door Company of Sacramento can help you with that. It is also a great time of year because this is when homes go on the market. So is yours ready? Well, one thing, don't forget about that garage door, because a new garage door can increase the value of your home. First off, with Curb Appeal, a new modern or stylish garage door can improve the overall appearance of your house. Also, the return on investment. It is one of the most cost-effective upgrades to increase your home value. You can see for yourself. Just visit the showroom off Franklin Boulevard and ask about the Sacktown Sports Special. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, the genuine, the original overhead door. Always look for the red ribbon logo.
Hello, I'm Frank Cockrell with Retirement Security Center with a weekly economic update. In a landmark move, President Trump and the UK Prime Minister have unveiled a new trade agreement reducing tariffs on British cars from 27.5% to 10% for up to 100,000 vehicles annually and eliminating levies on steel and aluminum. In return, the UK will lower tariffs on U.S. goods and provide greater access to American agricultural products like beef and ethanol. President Trump hailed it as a full and comprehensive deal, while the Prime Minister Starmer called it a historic day. Meanwhile, the Federal Reserve has decided to maintain interest rates at current levels, citing increased risks of higher unemployment and inflation. The Fed emphasized the need for careful assessment of incoming data amid economic uncertainties. Recent economic indicators show a still strong economy, so there appears to be time to be patient before acting. These developments underscore a pivotal moment in transatlantic trade and relations and domestic economic policy. How might this affect you or your family? Please go to frankontheradio.com to schedule an appointment, watch videos, and receive market updates. I'm ready to help you start your journey so you can define your future.
Securities and investment advisory services offered through Mosaic Wealth, member FINRA SIPC. Mosaic Wealth is separately owned, and other entities and or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Mosaic Wealth.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
On Sacktown Sports.
Welcome back. The Golden State Warriors lost to the Minnesota Timberwolves last night. It was all T-Wolves from the jumper.
Top of the key, drive, swings it over his shoulder. Nas, can he go 2 for 2? Missed it off the heel, no, but Dante's got another offensive rebound. Out to Ian, straight on the 3, and he buries it.
Dante DiVincenzo, former King.
Randall, front court, straddles the three-point line, guarded by Moses Moody. Jab step, now works left of the lane, spins back middle, hangs and kicks out. Dante sets himself, fires the 3, and hits it.
I could keep doing this all day long. It was a long, long night for the Warriors.
The 3 ball from Jimmy. No, Ant's got the rebound. Hit ahead. Randall's ahead of the field. Breakaway. 2-headed slam. Dunk. The Wolves now lead by 21 with just over 4 minutes left.
So there was some back and forth at one point. Draymond Green doing Draymond-y things. There was a nice Draymond Green sucks chant that went on.
Braxton Key is in.
And look, anyone who is not a Warriors fan, and to be fair, even some Warriors fans know, nobody gets. I don't like using the term leash because I don't like calling players dogs or humans dogs, but a longer
more grace, if you will, with the referees than Draymond Green. And afterwards, as he addressed the media and obviously upset Draymond Green, had this to say. Let's see. Did I not add this in? I didn't. I'm sorry, guys. Hold on. I got to do all this stuff. Let me add you in. Hey, Draymond, there you go. All right, let's try that again. Draymond Green. Do I have to unmute something here? Probably. All right, last try here. Draymond Green.
You look like the angry black man. I'm not an angry black man. I'm a very successful, educated black man with a great family. And I'm great at basketball. I'm great at what I do. The agenda to try to keep making me look like an angry black man is crazy. I'm sick of it. It's ridiculous.
Okay. Well, look, as a rule, I generally choose to not comment or chastise, opine. Look, when a person of color is saying something involving people of color, I think it's incredibly silly of me to sit here and say, no, that's not the way the world works, sir. So I'm going to stay away from the black part because not my place. Just not my place. I'm going to stick to the angry part, though. I 100% respect, and I've said this before, Draymond's will to win and the fact that he has the resume that backs it up. I 100% believe that the Warriors, I don't know that they'd have 0 titles because I don't know who'd be in there instead of Draymond, but that Draymond Green has been incredibly helpful in them winning titles. He's part of the glue. Steph is the angel and Draymond is the devil, if you will. Draymond's the guy that does all the dirty stuff. Draymond's the guy that is, smashing into Alperen Şengün in the last series, giving up 5-6 inches to the guy, and somehow doing just enough to be. I don't think that the Warriors win that series without Draymond Green. I also understand that Draymond Green, like any competitor, is going to take advantage of the rules as much as he can. Much like I can't stand James Harden's game. I can't stand how much of a foul merchant he is. I can't stand how much of a flopper he is. But I also have to salute the fact that, look, that's not on Harden. That's on the refs and the rule makers. And he's going to you got to find any edge you possibly can. So I get it. But when it comes to just simply the angry man agenda, this victim, like Draymond's the victim of some made up thing about how I don't think I have no comment on what he does off the court. He says, I'm a good father. I'm a family man. I have no reason to believe that otherwise. He may be the nicest guy in the world. I know people in the league that are very good friends with Draymond Green that compete with him on the floor, competed with him on the floor, and I have a ton of respect for him. So I get all that. But, dude, you're dirty. You're a dirty player.
Yeah, that's the thing is the narrative has never been he's angry. It's been he's dirty.
Right.
He knows what he's doing.
He's dirty and he's emotional.
Yes.
Fine.
But he's emotional for a reason.
Yes.
And he knows for some reason his line feels like it's different from everybody else's line. And he knows exactly where to walk up to it.
Yep.
And knowing that he's putting the onus on the refs, like, okay, you kick me out.
Yeah, you boot me from this playoff game. You go ahead and do it. And to be honest with you, they should. I hate the fact that Draymond Green gets more leeway than anyone else in the league, that he can get a technical foul like he did last night, and he can sit there and follow the refs all around the court, cussing them out. And it's like, it's Draymond, let it go. God forbid a member of the Sacramento Kings do that.
I think that's might be why DeMarcus went to the Warriors.
Honestly, probably. And DeMarcus will be the first guy to tell you that the leeway he would get versus the leeway Draymond would get, it's nowhere even close. DeMarcus would be in prison, in NBA prison, if he did half the stuff or said half the stuff that Draymond did. So I
don't think he should really be calling attention to it as well.
That's also, I couldn't agree with you more, because if you really want to call attention to a Draymond, what you just did now is, if you go on social media, and I guarantee you it's going to be on the shows today, everyone's going to be running clips and montages of how dirty you are.
I mean, we've seen him kick people. Mm-hmm. We've seen him choke people. Stomp on Domantas Sabonis.
Hold on. I don't want to play the audio from that, but just because there's a song.
I'm muted on my side.
Thank you. Okay, I muted it as well. All right. But every single one. That's all I saw this morning was montages of Draymond Green stomping on Domantas Sabonis, kicking Steven Adams in the junk, poking Jokic in the eye, choking Rudy Gobert, pulling people to the ground, just absolutely clotheslining LeBron James, yelling at people, grabbing people by the collar, clotheslining again. I mean, I'm literally watching a montage right now. Just instigating. Draymond, I'm not here to tell you and to make any comments on the black part of your angry black man thing, because that is for you. That is the shoes you walk in, and I'll let other people who have walked in those shoes have that conversation. But I taking that word out and just saying this agenda that I am an angry man, bro, that's your game. That's your whole freaking game. No, I take that back. That's not your whole game. He does some amazing things. He's a tremendous defender. But that is the reputation is earned. You have, not only is a reputation earned, you have cultivated that reputation. You have planted it in the garden of the NBA and watered it and fed it and given it sun and picked the fruit off of it and eaten it and enjoyed it and raised some trophies because of it. You can't now be like, well, there's an agenda. There's no agenda. The only agenda against you, dude, is you get more leeway than anyone else in the league. Imagine if you had a friend who never, ever, ever, anytime you go out, he was always short on cash. You go through McDonald's, hey, I'll get you later. And then, like, one time he contributes, he's like, why am I always paying for everything? Really? There's no agenda, bro. There's no agenda. We'll talk about this again at 7 a.m. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, safe or out, Giants open in Minnesota. The A's welcome the Yankees. And weirdness going on in Boston that caught my eye yesterday. We'll talk about it next.
Stay up to date on Sacramento sports. Join the Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter. Visit sacktownsports.com.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729. Or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Louis C.K. in an all-new show, Ridiculous 2025 Tour.
When I was younger, you had to go in the bank. Remember that? You had to go inside the bank. Now you look in the bank, you're like, what are those people doing in there? Are they cleaning? The money's out here.
Friday and Saturday, June 13th and 14th, 8 p.m., the venue at Thunder Valley. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Louis C.K. live on stage.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song.
I love these nachos.
I love our kickball league. Oh, I love this guy.
What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out. If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council. I love your car. Is this real leather?
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Sacramento, get ready. The Sacktown Sports Live events calendar is packed with epic shows you won't want to miss. Classic rock bands, America takes the stage at Hard Rock Live Sacramento on May 9th. Then hip-hop legend LL Cool J brings the beats to Thunder Valley on May 10th. The Outlaw Music Festival rolls into Toyota Amphitheater on May 18th. And punk pioneers The Dam hit Ace of Spades on May 31st. June heats up with JJ Gray and Mofro at Ace of Spades on June 10th. Plus, country superstars Lee Brice and Walker Hayes at Ironstone Amphitheater on June 21st. Then it's 3 days of country fun at the Country Summer Music Festival at Sonoma County Fairgrounds on June 27th through the 29th. Get your boots ready for the Folsom Pearl Rodeo July 3rd through 5th. Then catch Cody Johnson at Golden One Center on July 18th and Parker McCollum at Ironstone Amphitheater on August 16th. Mark your calendars, grab your tickets, and don't miss out. Find all the details at SacktownSports.com.
Safe or out? It's time to go around baseball. 3 pitches, 3 swings. It's safe or out on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
With Jason doing middays today for Alan Styles, celebrating Short King weekend. By the way, at some point we should get Alan on the phone. I want to know how he's doing out there. At some point today, and by some point, where did I put it? Oh, 8:30. We're going to have a little fun. You've just been elected sports pope. What are the first decrees you make for the sports world? I actually have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 7 ideas, and I asked it on Twitter. So we'll see what you guys have to say. Also, today is Doug's birthday. We'll do that at 8 a.m. What would you get him as a gift?
Interesting to see what your... Oh, okay.
Yeah, you got him right in front of you. In the meantime,
not what would be mine, but okay.
Yeah, I'd love to hear. I really, truly want to hear what yours are, Chris. Goal celebrations, fireworks, etc. I think at least one of mine you're going to absolutely hate. I could be wrong. Safe or out? Question mark.
The Giants open in Minnesota today with the Twins having won 5 in a row. How do you see this series going?
Yeah, the Giants, let's be honest, let's go back and grade my pick. I thought the Cubs would take 2 or 3 from them. That's what I said before that series. And that's not the way it worked out. It was quite the opposite. The Giants took 2 or 3 from the Cubs, and part of that was that crazy 14-5 extra inning game that they had. Now going into Minnesota, this worries me a little bit. As I said earlier, 18 and 20 are the Twins, but they're also, I think, 12-6 at home, and they've won 5 in a row. So you're catching a team at the wrong time or the right time. Maybe they're due to start losing again. The Giants are a better team than the Twins, but the Twins aren't as bad as their record is. They just had a really bad start. So I think the park out there benefits the way the Giants play. That's the type of park they can have some fun in. But got to win the game. So honest to goodness, if you told me the Giants were going to get swept out there, this is just one of those weird series, wouldn't surprise me, but they're playing with a lot of confidence right now. I'm gonna go back to them taking 2 or 3 from the Twins, and you got to keep up with the Dodgers and Padres. They're still tied with the Padres for second, 1 game back of the Dodgers. And again, just a reminder, all 3 of those teams would be in first place in any other division. Number 2,
the A's welcome home Aaron Judge and the Yankees. Other than the playoffs, is this as good as it gets for baseball here?
I think so. How do you do better than the Yankees and Aaron Judge coming to town?
And we're not getting playoffs.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, either way, we're not getting playoffs. So it's this is the best part of it, really. When this is the part that even guys like me who hate John Fisher having anything to do with this team or the city or this ownership. I'm talking about the Kings ownership. I can't deny the fact that adults and kids alike tonight are going to be sitting at Sutter Health Park
watching Aaron Judge play baseball, along with, by the way, the Oakland A's in a real game. That counts. That matters in Sacramento with the little pyramid, the bridge in the background and all that. That's fantastic. We'll tell you about tickets later because there's another thing going on where people are feeling some sort of way about the news talking about tickets like it's not sold out. This is news. This is all new to this city, and they're going to take advantage of it. So good for them. Good for everybody, including our friend Jason, going tonight. And can't wait to hear about the series on Monday, in which hopefully the A's are able to sweep them. Number 3, please, Chris.
Rafael Devers of the Red Sox says he won't play first base if they ask him to. Does he have a point?
Here's his quote. I know I'm a ball player, but at the same time, they can't expect me to play every single position out there. In spring training, they talked to me and basically told me to put away my glove, that I wasn't going to play any other position but DH. So right now, I just feel like it's not an appropriate decision by them to ask me to play another position. It was the GM I spoke with. I'm not sure what he has with me. He played ball, and I would like to think he knows that changing positions like that isn't easy. I'm sighing because this is a tough one. My instinct, my gut reaction on this is now. You don't have a point. You're paid to play baseball. If they want to put you out there as a pitcher, just shut up and play. You got, ding-dongs like me and everyone listening right now trying to figure out how they're going to pay for this or that or whatever. You're getting paid to play a kid's game. Go out there and play this damn game. Shut up. That's my instinct. Okay. By the way, it would probably be helpful if I could tell you, too, just to make the point that Rafael Devers this year is making. How is Rafael Devers? I don't even see him. What? Looking at the Boston Red Sox payroll table. There's Jarren Duran. What the hell? How much? I just want to know. Is Rafael Devers making?
He's got a 10-year, $313 million contract.
Okay, so he's making. Okay. So Rafael Devers is making $31.5 million this year. I 100% instinctively want to say he has no point. Shut up. On the other hand, he was told that in the preseason. That was the communication from the team. Maybe he doesn't think he can play first base. Maybe he thinks he'll look stupid. He obviously has the leverage. What are they going to do? Fire him, release him, bench him? This is the era, ladies and gentlemen, where players have all the leverage. Like, literally, if he does not want to play first base, what are they going to do? They owe him, or will pay him at some point, $313 million to play baseball. Whether it's them or another team they trade him to for pennies on the dollar, what are they going to do? And he knows that. What are they going to do? They can't force him. Unless he commits a crime or does something so heinous they can cancel his contract, they're paying him $350 million. Guess what? He has all the leverage. He doesn't want to play first base. He wants to sit in the dugout and DH because that's what he was told he was going to do. He knows the players' union would win that case in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. I may not like it. I don't like it. What do I wish? I wish Rafael Devers would say, I'm paid a lot of money to play baseball. I am here to do anything I can to help this team win. If me playing first base is deemed by the powers that be something that will help my teammates win a World Series, I will do that. Not really sure how I'm going to do. I'm a little nervous about it. I haven't played it in whatever long, but I will do my best. I'm just here to do whatever it is to help the ball club win. That's what I wish he'd say. But I also have to acknowledge its reality. Does he have a point? Sure, he has a point. He has a point because entitlement and the privilege that comes with being a $300 million player is there. What are you going to do? And that's exactly what he can say. What are you guys going to do?
Also, I'd say it's a lot different if it's September and there's an injury. Is like, we really don't have anywhere to go.
Right.
Like, we need your help.
Sure.
I think that's a different thing than, hey, you're going to be our DH. And then the next month, all right, you need a new glove, your first baseman.
Yeah. It's like asking him at the last minute to do the morning show by himself because your partner has to go do middays. You know what you do? You roll your sleeves up and you do whatever the team needs you to do. You do whatever the team needs you to do. And guess what? Fans will still attend. People will still watch. Owners will still make money.
I could understand it too from his position of playing in Boston and they start to not do well. He's obviously going to be seen as part of that. And then everyone's just like, oh, you're getting $300 million and you can't play first base.
Right.
You don't even have to run anywhere.
What's wrong with you, Yazwood? I mean, the guy's a third baseman, for gosh sakes. It's not like he's unfamiliar with the infield. And if they signed him as a third baseman and then moved him to DH, do they get to have his salary? I mean, he's half the player now. Why can't they be entitled to do that? That should be the rule. If you're signed as a position player and then you eventually move to DH, the teams get to half your salary. I'll bet you that would go over well with the players union too. When you really think about that, DHs though, like they do have it better. They just sit around until it's time to hit. They don't have to go field. Imagine being in a job where you get paid the same to do half the work. I mean, you argue that with pitchers now, but that's a whole different thing.
Man, really going after Shohei today.
We'll take a break when we come back. Oh, gosh. Is there an agenda against Draymond Green? We'll talk about this. Hey, you know what? I'm going to flip-flop this stuff. We just talked about Draymond Green at length. We'll save that for 7:30. In the meantime, we've got an American Pope. We were trying to figure that out. I wish that had happened while we were on the air yesterday. We've got some sports facts for you there, and then we'll lead into the Pope conversation we're going to have if you were the sports Pope. We'll do that next.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, stain, tools, flooring, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online from May 8th through May 14th. Not a member? Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our stacked summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See full details and disclaimer.
Have you ever dreamed of shopping for the perfect jewelry from home?
Well, now it's possible, and you can even build your credit. PrestigiOJewelers.com now offers online shopping, making us the premium credit jeweler nationwide. With an exceptional selection of fine jewelry, from engagement rings and gold chains to sparkling diamond earrings and much more. With over 30 years of experience, Prestigio guarantees you'll find exactly what you're looking for. It's fast and easy. Once approved, you'll receive a guaranteed credit line from $400 to $10,000. All you need is to be 18 years or older, have a valid form of ID, be employed for a minimum of 6 months, and a bank account for automatic payments. PrestigiOJewelers.com is the perfect way to establish or reestablish your credit, with interest rates at only 2.25% per month. We are here to help you with monthly reporting to all major credit bureaus. The perfect jewelry, the perfect price, helping you build perfect credit. Visit us online at PrestigiOJewelers.com or at one of our locations in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Fresno. Enter code SACTOWNSPORTS at checkout to save 10%.
Memorial Day savings explode at Maida's Elk Grove Chevy. Save $12,500 off MSRP after rebates. Every new 2025 Silverado Turbo Max in stock. And Maida Chevy has similar savings on every new Silverado. One of the largest selections of new Silverado in the Sacramento area. $12,500 off new Silverado. Exclusively at the Maida Chevy Silverado Supercenter. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Plus 2021 or not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports 1140.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Hour number 2. If you're watching us on YouTube and going, hey, where's Jason Ross? He's doing the middays. Our angry texter chimes in. Dave, you've been talking about the Pope for 48 straight hours now. What? I don't know. First hour we mentioned him once. Why don't you relax? Let's play a game of who's running the show. I'll go first. So it's an
Did you watch anything yesterday, like movie-wise?
Did I watch anything movie-wise?
Because of the Pope?
No. No. Why, are you going to watch Conclave?
I rewatched Angels and Demons yesterday.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Actually, that was the one I thought of too. Weirdly enough, I just didn't have time, but yeah, that's that going into Conclave was well. And I also watched what was the other one? I watched what's it called? The Two Popes with Anthony Hopkins and the other guy who's a big actor, and I can't remember his name right now.
Jude Law?
Huh? No, he's like the young Pope.
Oh, yeah, Jude Law is the young Pope.
Yeah. He's a really accomplished actor. I should know what the hell his name is. I probably shouldn't say what the hell his name is when I'm talking about a Pope. Jonathan Pryce, which is you see him and you go, oh, that guy, like he's a tremendous actor. Anyway, so we get off the air. It's an American Pope. It's an American Pope. We got an American Pope.
He was an American Pope.
American Pope. So that's cool. That's awesome. Look, by the way, I'm not doing a segment on religion here. If you're a Catholic, if you're not, if you believe, all good. It's just the history, and you gotta admit it's kind of a big deal. There's an American Pope from Chicago. There's a Pope from Chicago. It sounds like the start of it. So there's once a Pope from Chicago. You got a Pope that grew up a Pope that almost certainly once upon a time watched multiple times the Super Bowl Shuffle. You got a Pope who knows who Steve Bartman is. You have a Pope who understands the Chicago way, who's probably watched The Untouchables 3 or 4 times.
He's got like 2 like wild American cities because he also went to Villanova, so he's got Chicago and Philly.
And what a time for Villanova right now. What a time for Villanova. You got Villanova NBA version about to upset the Celtics. Now you got a pope. You gotta do something on campus for that. Hang a banner, build a statue. Home of the Pope. The Pope graduated from here is a tremendous recruiting tool. By the way, huge flub for Notre Dame. Right in the backyard. You can't recruit in your own backyard. What is wrong with you, Notre Dame? You had a Pope right there in Chicago. Pope Leo the 14th. Now, for the 916, what? Can we please stop talking about Jonathan Price? So originally it was put out that he was a Cubs fan. He's a White Sox fan. And growing up on the south side of Chicago, there's also a picture of him at the World Series a few years ago. He was a math teacher, teaching math to the very, very underprivileged. He was raised in the Chicago suburb of Dalton. So yeah, he's the Cubs initially claimed the new Pope as one of their own, declaring, "Hey, Chicago, he's a Cubs fan." However, local TV station did an interview I watched with his brother John, who set the record straight, saying he's a lifelong White Sox fan, that they would regularly attend games together as youngsters as a reward for their altar service duties. Said, quote, "They had it wrong. He sucks." And then the radio announced Cubs, and that's not true. What a big L for the Cubs. You can't put that out and then be wrong.
I was thinking of something. So like in that situation, if for some reason let's say you got elected, you moved to Florida and you got elected senator of Florida, and they're like, "Hey, he's a Florida Gators fan."
Right.
Like, wouldn't that be, whoa.
Yeah. You can't do that. You can't. And yes, we've seen the jokes, as we said earlier. Yeah, we've already seen Chicago got a Pope before they got a quarterback who could throw for 4,000 yards. Yes, we've seen the video of the Pope coming out onto the balcony yesterday to the Chicago Bulls theme music. Yes, we've seen all of that.
He probably has a cousin like the cousin in the Bear.
Yeah. It's which, by the way, is there's a non-zero chance. Chicago now becomes the first city in the world to have an American president and a Pope hail from that city. That's pretty cool. And if anyone knows anyone from Chicago, and the West Wing actually touched on this once, if you know anyone from Chicago, kind of like Detroit, weirdly enough, here's the thing. They won't stop talking about how proud they are of being from Chicago, but anyone you talk to that's from Chicago who won't shut up about Chicago doesn't live in Chicago. So you got to think there's definitely some Chicago pride there. Michael Jordan has to be his favorite basketball player. He probably knows who Kevin Huerter is. Well, he definitely knows who DeMar DeRozan is. I also thought this was pretty cool too. He's not bilingual, dude. He's multilingual. Like, speaks, I think, 5 different languages. That's pretty cool. Let's see what languages he speaks. Can you imagine speaking 5 different languages? Please. You're so stupid. Was that off the air? Okay.
That was off the air.
Okay. Dual citizenship. Here we go. He can speak fluently English, Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, and French. He can also read Latin and German. So, coming up later on the program, let's see, when are we going to do this? We'll do this at 8:30, but we'll start it right now because I want to give you guys a chance. You've just been elected sports pope. All right, you are the pope of sport, meaning you're like the czar of all things. You have absolute power over all the world of sports. What are your first decrees that you will make as the newly elected sports pope? Congratulations. I wrote down a couple I would do. Number 1, When you go to overtime in the NBA, if you have not yet fouled out, you get one more foul. I've always felt strongly about that.
I agree with that.
Okay.
You get an extra timeout, why not an extra foul?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, don't you get an extra review as well, I think? Even if you don't. And now, if you've already fouled out, you're done. You're done. You can't come back. But it goes from 6 to 7 fouls. And by the way, if it's double, triple, quadruple, it's just one foul. Just one extra foul. That's it. Also in the NBA, if it's a flagrant foul, it counts as a technical foul. None of this Draymond Green crap.
That is the Draymond loophole.
100%. Get rid of that loophole immediately. You get a flagrant foul, that's a technical foul, which means you get a flagrant, and then you get a technical later in the game, you're gone, or vice versa. You get a tech, and then you get a flagrant later in the game, you're gone. I already see many of you, and I anticipated this texting, and I'm sure we'll get the same text for a different segment we're going to do later, decreeing that all sports owners are not allowed to interfere with sports thing. No, I probably would.
Separation between ownership and play.
Separation of powers, Chris. It's what the country is built on. Also in the NBA, if you pass the ball and it directly leads to free throws. Now, the free throws have to be made in this scenario. Here's where I'm open to interpretation. But if you make the pass and it leads to free throws, you get an assist. Now, here's what I'm open to. We can discuss in committee. Get the sports Cardinals together, not St. Louis, not Arizona. Just, do they have to make the free throws? If it's does it only have to be an and one? If we pare it down to if you make the pass and that leads directly to an and one, well, no, you get the assist anyways. I'm stupid. So is there a difference between making one free throw, 2 or 3 free throws? I don't think so, but I think you got to make the free throws. Boom, you get an assist. No more blackouts. No more blackouts. You want to stay home and watch the game, you stay home and watch the game. Everybody's making enough money. Who cares? Not that they have a ton of blackouts going on right now, but.
Which is literally where they make most of their money.
Right. By the way, when I say no more blackouts, I don't mean like he got so drunk. And I'm talking about sports blackouts, just to be clear. I've got a few more. The one thing, here's the one that I think will be the most controversial. But I do feel this way. No more alcohol sales after the 7th inning. No more alcohol sales after the 3rd quarter in both NBA and basketball. Now, I know in some cases this already exists. But it should be mandatory across all the sports.
I don't know anywhere where it's not like that.
Do they cut them off for everywhere? Because third period in hockey, 4th quarter in basketball, after the 7th inning in baseball, mandatory. If that's already the case, and
everywhere I go to.
Yeah, but you go where do you go everywhere?
I've been everywhere, man.
If that's not already a hard and fast rule across, I always found it. I shouldn't say comical because it's a very serious thing, and I shouldn't say ironic because it's not. I always found it incredibly strange that once upon a time we would just fill people up with booze in a highly charged event and then be like, go home now. Go home. And in many cases, you're many miles from home. You drove here. Go home. Like, imagine this scenario. Imagine if every single sporting event, and boy, would this suck for traffic. At every single sporting event, as you exited the premises, there was a little tube that had to go into your door. You roll down your window like you're paying for parking, and a little tube comes in, and you got to blow in the tube.
Gross.
And they'd use different, little tubey, whatever they are, tube condoms. I don't know what the plastic thing. And you blow into the tube, and if you blow a 0.8 or above, you gotta go left, and you gotta chill until you can leave. Imagine if that happened. That would be horrible for traffic. There'd be an outrage because this is America. I thought I could drive drunk for what? This is America. But I have yet to see somebody give me a logical argument against that, other than traffic would suck.
I would say like Cubs game, they should have their own rule. Cubs games, because you're not like driving and parking at a Cubs game. I mean, I guess some people are, but you're mostly taking the train.
Yeah.
You're walking.
Yeah.
You're probably going to the bar afterwards.
I just imagine let's just take Golden One Center. At any event, whether it's basketball, a concert, whatever, 18,000 people are there. How many people do you think would leave every event if they had to do that out of 18,000? How many do you think would have to make that left turn and chill before you could leave with you? You could always leave your car and come back the next day. You're not trapped. You're not in jail. But in order to drive out of there, you got to blow under 0.8.
Can't you do that on your way out of the arena and then they give you a wristband?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you have any idea the uproar that would happen for something that is incredibly logical and would 100%?
Or like the thing that my friends and I, like, you know, if someone has like a DUI, they put that machine in their car that says like if they've had any alcohol. It's one of those things of like, wait, how? Maybe that should be in every car.
No, listen to me. Here's the thing. And again, this is where the uproar happens. How is it not federally mandated? And I hate federal mandates, but how is it not federally mandated that every vehicle has a little plastic tube that comes out of it, and you got to blow into it before you can start the car? Give me a logical reason other than my rights as to why that is not a good idea.
Got to be at work tomorrow morning. Hey, here's an idea. Don't drive drunk.
We'll take a break. I guarantee you there's people that triggers how angry they are. Okay, cool. And here's my thing as we go to break. If that only affected you and you were the only one that would be injured or die from doing that, hey, you know what? It's your own life, to each your own. But the problem is that there's other people in the car. There's kids in the car. There's other people driving. Just saying. But I think I'd be impeached as the new sports pope if I pop that in there. We're going to do more of this at 8:30. We're going to take your ideas if you were the new sports pope. We'll take a quick break, 1 minute. When we come back, 3 for madness. Tyrese Halliburton almost got fined, but he didn't. The Nuggets and the Celtics and Thunder. We got a lot to cover with playoff basketball. We'll do it next.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See full details and disclaimers.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
3 questions, 3 answers. It's 3 for Madness on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Here's question 1.
All right. Coming up, the Draymond Green agenda. Is it a real thing? We got one last chance to win the 12-pack of crumble cookies for you or, of course, the mom in your life. The person in your life celebrating this weekend. We'll do that a little bit later on in the program. Doug Christie's birthday is today. We're going to figure out what to get him. And then coming up at 8:13, we will replay for you Ian Begley talking Knicks, Celtics, and so much more. In the meantime, 3 for Madness. Question 1.
Tyrese Halliburton was warned for dancing after his game-winning shot versus the Cavs. Should he have been?
So, okay, honestly, I didn't even notice this in I didn't notice this in the emotion and craziness of that game. So when I read that this morning, I went, what? What is that? So then I looked up Tyrese Halliburton dance, and I went back and saw the replay. You saw the dance, right? It's the marbles dance from Major League, basically.
Yes. Major League 2.
Yeah, Major League 2. Thank you for the correction. Yeah, I like that they didn't find him, and I think it was Sam Cassell that first did that dance, if I remember correctly, back in the day. I like that they didn't find him, but they warned him. Like, look, at first I was like, dude, why can the guy not? What, we can't celebrate now? The guy's hit the shot of his life. You can't dance. What are we doing? And then I saw the dance. If you don't know what the dance is, how do I describe it? Imagine.
Oh, yeah, he's a big boy.
Imagine that you have a burlap sack hanging from your belly button, and on each side of the sack is 2 cantaloupes. And as a dance, you are putting your hands under each cantaloupe in the burlap sack that is between your left and right leg, and you are simultaneously lifting one up and then the other, and then one up and then the other. If that gives you the view, and I'm also aware kids are in the car as well. That you know what I'm talking about here. So in a sense, I do think there does need to be a line. And I know people hate, call this a boomer take, but there's kids in the crowd. There's women, men, whatever, like there's got to be a line. Like, for example, if a ref were to make a bad call and a player was to flip them off or do the wank motion or whatever it may be, they're going to get a T and or fined. I think you put that dance in the same category. Like, bro, we don't mind you celebrating and dancing, but can you please not do that particular dance that refers to, something that is a private matter. So I'm on the edge, but I get it. And I'm glad that they just warned him and they didn't come out and find him.
The person that warns them should have to go and say, like, we get it. It's funny.
Right. We acknowledge that was awesome, but you probably shouldn't, that's probably, cross the line. Number 2, please.
Question 2.
The Nuggets say they're going to bring it tonight after getting blown out. Does it matter what they say at this point?
Look, I don't want to disrespect the Nuggets, who I think is the MVP. And I'm not going to sit here and look even stupider than I normally do and say that they can't do it. But when I heard them say they were going to bring it, Chris, it reminded me of a certain press conference once upon a time with another confident person.
I'm Hurricane Peter McNeely from Medfield, Mass. On Saturday night, watch me kick Tyson's ass. But if you haven't made your pay-per-view arrangements yet, make them soon. Because remember what happens when I wrap you in my cocoon. Check yourself.
Also, I think we skipped the part where he said, you got a big dump in your pants.
I think this show has talked more about Peter McNeely than any other radio show ever.
Hey, man, long live Peter McNeely. I'm here for it. But there's a little bit of Peter McNeely in the sense of, here's my point. Denver can bring it all they want. Denver can bring it all they want. And they should bring it. What are they supposed to say? Yeah, we got our butts kicked. We're just here so we don't get fined. Try to give the fans a good showing. We'll try our best, and hopefully we come out on top. But we all know we probably won't. Of course, they're competitors. They're champions. Of course, they're going to say this, and they could. But in my humble opinion, it does not matter what they could bring. It could be a sack lunch. It could be a bazooka. Okay, maybe bazooka could work. Here's my point. If Oklahoma City also brings it, if they bring it, it doesn't matter. It does not matter what the Nuggets bring. Doesn't matter. Because the Thunder are the best team in the NBA. The Nuggets are the Thunder are the best team in the NBA. And if they bring it, doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, I would go as far as this. If the Nuggets show up and they say, we brought it, the Thunder can look right back at them and say, it's already been brought in. And then go out and win by 30 on the road. Number 3, please.
Question 3.
Who's more likely to get a road win this weekend, the Celtics or the Thunder?
I honestly think they both will. And maybe I'm just clinging on to my, it can't happen like this, instead of looking at what's right in front of me. But I would say the Thunder. I would say the Thunder for a number of reasons. Number 1, again, they're the best team in the NBA, I think. Number 2, they destroyed the Nuggets in game 2. And it took an all-time Celtics-esque choke at the end of game 1 for them to not be up 2-0 in this series. Number 3, they are incredibly a better team than the Nuggets. Whereas the Celtics, do I think they'll get a road win? Probably. But they're down 0-2. They don't have any good, Thunder have a good taste in their mouth from game 2. The Celtics have nothing but pain and Paul Pierce walking 20 miles, which, by the way, he did. And again, I want to congratulate Paul Pierce. Tons of earned respect for Paul Pierce paying that off yesterday. But, yeah, I would say the Thunder, no doubt about that. We'll take a quick break. When we return, is there an agenda against Draymond Green? And I am going to tie that into the theme of today, which is you're a sports pope. You're the sports pope. What would you do? One of the things I do would be directly influenced by Draymond Green. We'll tell you next.
The Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter. Right to your email. Get your latest on the Sacramento Kings, UC Davis, and Sac State with the Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter. Visit sacktownsports.com to join.
There are so many benefits of working with the Overhead Door Company of Sacramento. Now, we chose them to get our new garage doors, and we're so thrilled that we did. They look absolutely amazing. Jason Ross here. And for us, well, we just flat out needed new garage doors. But maybe you do as well, or maybe it's just repairs to your existing doors. Well, the Overhead Door Company of Sacramento can help you with that. It is also a great time of year because this is when homes go on the market. So is yours ready? Well, one thing, don't forget about that garage door, because a new garage door can increase the value of your home. First off, with Curb Appeal, a new modern or stylish garage door can improve the overall appearance of your house. Also, the return on investment. It is one of the most cost-effective upgrades to increase your home value. You can see for yourself. Just visit the showroom off Franklin Boulevard and ask about the Sacktown Sports Special. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, the genuine, the original overhead door. Always look for the red ribbon logo.
White and new trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible red, white, and new trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimer.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start May 14th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sacktown Sports.
If you're just joining us, welcome in. Jason Ross will be doing middays today. Middays. Wolves beat the Warriors last night after the game. Draymond Green was not a happy camper.
Look like the angry black man. I'm not an angry black man. I'm a very successful, educated black man with a great family. And I'm great at basketball. I'm great at what I do. The agenda to try to keep making me look like an angry black man is crazy. I'm sick of it. It's ridiculous.
Okay. That's what he said last night in the locker room and then walked off. So I agree with Draymond on the following. As I said earlier, I'm leaving the color out of it because I'm not the guy to speak on it.
Now that I'm thinking about this,
you know,
do you think he's talking more about the fans in the arena? Like, was it people saying something to him in the? Because the way, now that I'm thinking about it, the way he's talking is like everyone is saying this. Well, you just got off the court. Like, you're not seeing any news stories. You're not seeing any tweets.
I don't know. I don't know if somebody said anything on the court, and I imagine I don't know if he's got a podcast today that he's going to do. I imagine he'll go deeper into those comments. By the way, let's acknowledge one thing here that here's where I will speak on the color part, because he's not making that part up. I see it, you see it, it's there. There are people out there that are throwing the color into all this and saying, oh, there's another angry black guy. Oh, the intimidated big black. DeMarcus Cousins talked about this quite often. Now, look.
DeMarcus Cousins was called a thug a lot, which he was not.
And those are the coded words that we can fully acknowledge, whereas if, Alperen Şengün's a little bit dirty and DeMarcus Cousins is a little bit dirty, there are, the dog whistles out there that will, one's a thug and the other plays hard. Like, that doesn't
scrapper.
And for those of you that are already, I'm sure, recoiling in anger and are about to clutch pearls, here's the thing. That's not everyone. Dare I say, that's not anywhere near a majority. I'm talking about like the literal racists out there that are online that say racist crap. That's those people, and they see that. So when Draymond Green says there's this narrative or agenda being pushed that I'm an angry black man, well, he's right. Of course he's right. That there are some people, of course, out there pushing an agenda that he's an angry black man. Yes, 100,000%. And that's as much as I'll speak on that, because let's just talk about the angry part. Now, here's another place I think I completely agree with him on. It sure seems like he's a wonderful family man, married, kids, great off the court, good to his mom, all of that.
He's got the commercials.
Yeah, I don't have any trouble believing that Draymond Green comes to work, puts on his costume, if you will, his emotional costume, goes and does his thing, and then
eats his turkey sausage sandwich.
Right. And then he goes home and he probably has his kids jumping all over him, and he's just dad or son or husband. Or I don't have any problem believing that. But we've got to drill down on what he said, and leaving the racial implications and leaving that to smarter people to talk about. Bro, you have cultivated. Let's just talk about angry basketball player. I also don't know if I necessarily agree with angry. He gets angry, but emotional, dirty, rule bending.
I think he's very calculated as a player.
Incredibly. No one should ever say, if you don't think Draymond Green is an incredibly high IQ, intelligent basketball player, you don't know basketball. I can't stand a lot of what he does, but I have to admit he's incredibly intelligent, both in how he bends the rules, how he gets in the nooks and crannies, and also how he plays the game. That doesn't mean he doesn't do stupid stuff out there. It doesn't mean he hasn't done things to cost his team games and perhaps a championship. But Bro, you've cultivated the villain role. You've reveled in it. You've taken it like a big security blanket and rolled yourself into it. Now, if any part of the point you were trying to make post-game was that's spilling into the referees and that you're somehow getting called differently, that is the gassiest of gaslighting, and we live in an era of gaslight, but that is so gaslighting, dude. You are given more leeway than any other player in the NBA times 10. And you're dirty. You're dirty. Do I think Draymond Green's out there trying to injure people and end careers? I do not. I do not see Draymond Green undercutting people on the way to the basket on purpose. I don't see Draymond Green I do see Draymond Green kicking people in the junk, throwing his elbows around.
Trying to put a foot through a chest.
That's what I'm saying, dude. And here's the thing. Draymond will often say things like, oh, well, that's just, I was trying to get up, or I was going to. Here's the thing. You can't have it both ways. Draymond Green is an incredibly high IQ basketball player, specifically a defender. He understands that. He can also read defenses. You can give him the ball at the top of the key. He can run your offense for you. He can find the cutter. He's an incredibly intelligent basketball player that, by the way, he would have you believe has no control over his body whatsoever. Draymond Green knows exactly what he is doing with his elbows, with his feet, where he kicks out, where he lands, what he's at all times. In fact, he knows so well that he knows how to do it and also leave a reasonable doubt, some would say unreasonable, as to where he can, oh, dude, I was just trying to get up and I happened to step on Sabonis's chest. He was holding on to my ankle. Oh, I kicked out during my jump shot and Steven Adams's junk just happened to be in front of my foot. Like, he's that smart. So I don't buy any of the, it was an act. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's cultivated it. It's made him a lot of money. It's gotten him a lot of rings. He's an enforcer. He is part of the glue on that team. He is the leader of that team, along with Curry. But he lets Steph Curry. He is Steph Curry's enforcer. Steph Curry, and by the way, every superstar historically has to have that guy. Kobe, in any other era, and not to say that these guys never had to deal with this, but would have been, you toss that guy into the third row every time he comes to the basket to teach him a lesson. But Kobe had Shaq and others. Michael Jordan. Why do you think Charles Oakley was on the team? What do you think Oakley's job was? What do you think Rodman's job was? They had other jobs, don't get me wrong, but they were there to make sure that Rick Mahorn and Bill Laimbeer didn't completely decapitate Michael Jordan. Why do you think Larry Bird had Robert Parrish and Kevin McHale and other guys that would absolutely go at them? Those of you old enough to remember Laimbeer undercutting Larry Bird throwing the basketball at Laimbeer. You have to have guys that help you. And Steph Curry has Draymond Green. Because if Steph Curry didn't have Draymond Green, Steph Curry would be like, he'd be like shooting out of the hot dog cannon half the time, flying all over the arena because nobody's going to let him get away with this stuff. Not that Steph's doing anything wrong. They're just, oh, you want to cut to the basket? Yeah, how's the third row taste? So, dude, all respect to Draymond Green for his career and his ability to find the nooks and crannies of the rules. He's done it. Opposite respect to the NBA and the officials for refereeing him differently than others. Like, I'm sorry. Human beings aren't animals, but human beings can be trained. We all get trained. All of us have gotten trained in our lives. Every single one of us go through different trainings. Like, for example, here's how you operate a vehicle. Here's what you don't do at work. Here's what not to say according to the HR person. NBA is no different. The NBA has trained Draymond Green to know that he puts the onus on them to boot him out of games. And if they boot him out of games, the ref is spread all over social media. And, oh, hey, I didn't know I bought a ticket to pay to go see Scott Foster. Oh, you kicking Draymond Green out of a playoff game? Well, there goes some of the ratings. Instead of Like if I was commissioner of the NBA, this would have been dealt with.
If you're NBA Pope
would have been dealt with years ago. Because I would have come out maybe the summer, let's say, after he kicked Steven Adams. And I would have flown out to Draymond, or I would have had him fly out to me. We would have had lunch. Dre, I respect your game. I respect it enough. I'm singling you out. I'm going to send this memo to all the teams, but I'm singling you out, dude. No more of that. You want to question a call? That's fine. You're a vet. Shouldn't matter if you're a vet or rook, though. We get it. You have relationships with the officials. You want to question a call? No problem. But you start barking in officials' faces and you start swearing at them after they call a tech, you're going to get tossed. And that's the mandate. So it's up to you. You have the choice, Draymond. You can either get tossed out of half the games, let your team down and look like a fool and get the fans pissed off at you, or you can abide by the same rules everybody else does. You want to argue a call? You can argue a call a little bit. You do it respectfully. Emotionally, sometimes, sure. Maybe there's a swear word in there. We're all grown-ups. But you get in a ref's face and you follow him around going chest to shoulder, asking him to go have inappropriate relations with a family member, you're getting attacked, dude. And guess what? You know what I'm 100% positive of? Not 90, not 95, but 100% positive. Draymond Green is eventually going to learn what not to do, and he won't do it.
He would find the line.
He would find the line, but the line should be the line. And it should be the same line for Draymond Green that is for DeMontis Sabonis or Keegan Murray or Damian Lillard or Mo Wagner. Just saying, man. But we'll get into more of this a little bit later in the Sports Pope segment, because there's another way that we might be able to fix this as well. We'll take a break. When we come back, hey, the A's are opening up against the Yankees tonight. Chris, do me a favor during the break. Find me some ticket prices as well. And we're going to discuss why this is news and the relationship with Oakland A's fans. Oakland A's fans that take issue with this. We'll talk about that next.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, the A's call-up of last year's first-round pick and fourth selection overall in the draft, Nick Kurtz, is not surprising, but his rise through the A's minor league system is pretty astounding. Kurtz has played in only 32 minor league games, but the numbers are eye-popping. A .336 average, 11 home runs, and 37 RBIs. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
Sacramento's premier music festival, Country in the Park, is only a few weeks away with Bailey Zimmerman. Plus Billy Currington, Nate Smith, Ernest, and more. Friday and Saturday, May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo. Don't miss pop-up stores, food trucks, line dancing, and more. Country in the Park, celebrating 25 years, May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Goldfield Trading Post, Java City, and Elemental Wine. Get tickets and more at CITPFest.com.
The only place in the morning to get your sports fix.
Live and local.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Welcome back. You know, and I got to be really super careful here because, well, I'll explain. In the 2 years that I've been more familiarized with the world of English soccer, doing some work over there, one thing that I've really noticed through the months and years is that the English, as they call it, football press, if you will, media, and supporters, not fans, when it comes to rumors and when it comes to like team personnel news,
oh, it's free for all,
dude. There's no accountability. You think it's bad here?
New York Post has
nothing.
Journalistic integrity.
The New York Post is the Walter Cronkite, the Walter Winchell, if you will, of the media compared to over there. So at Huddersfield Town right now, there's they put out at the end of the year what's called the retained list, which is like, hey, here's the players we're keeping. Everybody else is out of contract. And there's a bunch of spots open. Also, there's a manager spot open and a what they call a director of football, which would be over here a general manager spot. The amount of stuff where it's like, I've spotted this guy and that guy here, and the deal is reportedly done. Hey, we're signing this player, and it's just about. I heard, like, literally, you'll have people saying, "I heard from a well-placed," like you or me say, "I heard from a well-placed source that this guy or that guy or this guy," and you sit there and you watch it, and it's totally on its ear for me because over here, that's part of the job is to try to figure out what's going on. Over there, I know what's going on. I know what's not going on. And again, that's where I got to be careful because they'll literally take clips of there's people over there that watch this show and will then post clips over there. I never, obviously, it's not my place to ever comment on personnel moves whatsoever. That's the first thing. Loose lips sink ships, and you just can't say anything. But I read some of this stuff, and I go, what are you, what? Where? And you want to go out and say, okay, well, this is true, this isn't true, this, because I feel bad for the fans. Because the problem is they get led one way or the other, and they say, okay, we're going to sign this player. Oh my God, that's super exciting. We're going to sign this player. Let's sign that player. And then you don't sign that player. And it's like, oh man, they totally dropped the ball on that player. What? They never even talked to that player. It was never even a thought. But what I'd love to see is every single journalist. I've always thought this. You can do this over here too. Every single journalist or person in media should have like a Wikipedia style page where every single one of their scoops, predictions, whatever, all of them go up. What came to fruition, what didn't come to fruition, and then they have a rating. A rating, let's say, out of 10. 10 being Shams Charania. Like Shams doesn't get it wrong. If he says it, you know it's happening. To I don't know. I don't know why Rick Bucher's the first person. I'm done picking on Rick Bucher. I don't know, whoever. Skip Bayless, whatever. I don't know. But they don't.
Fabrizio Romano is kind of the Shams of.
No. I'm not saying they don't have.
I gotcha.
I'm saying there's no accountability.
I gotcha.
They don't go back and go, whether it's a journalist or whether it's a fan. Hey, you said that. Remember when they just forget about it and you move on. That's not to say that I blame fans on either side of the pond for talking together, hoping for this, getting it. That's part of sports. That's a wonderful part of sports is hoping and wishing and I saw this guy over there. Okay, no problem. I just feel bad for the amount of fans that are misled, generally by media, sometimes by supporters. And by the way, they get it right sometimes. But that's the whole thing. Is what happens is you have somebody, whether it's a media or a fan, throw out 20 things, and they get the one right. And then they pin that to the top of their social media with the date circle and go, I know what I'm talking about. No, dude, you literally threw 100 darts at a dartboard and you got one right.
The wild thing is England's not even like close to the worst in Europe.
Really?
Like Spain and Italy is just like, oh my God. Like, especially with the Real Madrid, they are getting every single player. And, that huge signing that your team just made, they're going to be with Real Madrid next season.
Right, like, and it's just accepted. It's just an honest to good, and this isn't by the way, this isn't we're better than them. It's not that at all. It's, by the way, let me be clear. They should have. I'm not suggesting that anybody, get thrown in jail for this. You do what you do. But god dang, man. You just wish that the fans in general wouldn't get led around like that, and that there would be more accountability. Anyways, one thing we do know for a fact, the A's open versus the Yankees this weekend. Chris, did you happen to find any ticket prices right now?
Oh, yeah.
Where are we looking at here?
So Friday night, you want to go to the game? My big thing is like, let's just get a seat. So like, what's the cheapest you could get in and get a seat? Right now on StubHub section 123, you get a pair of tickets for $63 a piece.
Where is this at?
This is in section 123, so it's like right. I'm looking at the map now. You're in left field. It's like the third to the last section in left field.
Okay, all right, that's decent enough. You said 63 a piece?
63 a piece. Okay. And then what I did, I'm like, okay, let's see if there's any tickets for sale on the A's website. So I found it. There's a pair of tickets literally 2 rows above the seats that are 63 tickets. Would you like to take a guess at how much those are going for?
This is where?
On the A's website, the official. So these are official tickets.
Where are they located?
2 rows above the StubHub seats for $63.
$30.
$30.
I don't know. They're worse than the StubHub seats. You're saying, right?
Yes.
$40?
$162 in the same section, 2 rows above. Then I'm like, all right, let's get a little bit closer. Section 110. You're between home and first base. You're up in that level, but got a pretty good view. You could get tickets to that game, $81.
So you can get in for a decent price.
Yeah. And then if you go to the A's website, same section, a couple rows closer, $247 a pair or a ticket.
On the A's website?
On the A's website.
So on the A's website, they're
so this is what you're seeing as these are face value tickets. And StubHub for, I mean, well less than $100 less than what you're paying for face value.
That's not good. That's not, I feel like that's not how it should operate. Now, so I saw this on the news yesterday, or I saw the clip on the news. I can't remember which channel it was, but they were doing a story on the A's and the Yankees this weekend. And part of it was what you could get tickets for, right? And I saw somebody follows me on Twitter, say it again, that was like, hey, how pathetic is this? The TV station is helping the A's sell. They can't even sell their tickets to the Yankees. Now, look, I'm generally on the side of A's fan, Oakland A's fan. I understand. I hate John Fisher. I feel oogie. I'm very much on record about the whole thing. But that's a little ridiculous. First off, the game sold out. Secondly, even if it wasn't, it's news. It's news that this is the first year baseball's in town. A lot of people are very curious as to where tickets are. If I was a news director, every single sports, what do you call the part of the news where it's sports? Every single sports segment. Thank you. Sorry, dude. It's Friday. I'd probably have an A's average ticket count or something like that. Like people are interested in that. Now, I'm also the same guy where if attendance is down during the week, I retweet that picture and go, yikes, low attendance tonight. If I see a picture and it's sold out, I tweet that picture too and say, wow, sold out tonight. And I get angry people. If I tweet the sold out picture, I get A's fans angry that I'm supporting John Fisher. If I tweet the half-empty stadium picture, I get Sacramentans pissed at me.
You're costing us a team.
That's really a true thing that happened. It's news. Get out of your feelings when it comes to that. Because there's a different, right? Oakland A's fans, to me, are legit victims and have the moral high ground and have a two legs to stand on. But you lose some of that high ground when you start doing stuff like that. Don't blame the city. Don't blame Sacramento. Don't blame the fans that are going. They're just people like you. And I guarantee you if the Sacramento A's had relocated after 40, 50, 60 years to Oakland on their way to Las Vegas, a lot of you same people would be going to the games. I'm not going to fault the people for going to the games. You want to fault John Fisher? Have at it. You want to fault Rob Manfred? Have at it. You want to fault Vivek Ranadive? Have at it. You want to point out that John Fisher has drilled the A's so badly into the ground that they're having trouble at times getting people to attend here? Sure, that's fair game. We'll take a break. When we come back, today is Doug Christie's birthday. We'll talk about that. And what would you get him as a gift? I'm not talking about like get him some grapes or a toupee. I'm talking about like from what? He's bald. I'm talking about from a basketball point of view. And let's try to be realistic. So, for example, as we break here, I'd get him a championship. That's okay. Great. Giannis. Okay. Great. No. What would you get Doug Christie for his basketball gift? We'll get to that next.
The Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter right to your email. Get your latest on the Sacramento Kings, athletics, and Republic FC with the Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter. Visit SacktownSports.com to join.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind.
ever.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-466-1142. 800-466-1142. 800-466-1142.
Rock the Bells presents LL Cool J.
So what you got Chanel on your feet? Hot sex on a platter makes the mission complete.
Live in concert. LL Cool J. Saturday, May 10th, the venue at Thunder Valley with DJ Z-Trip. LL Cool J. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss LL Cool J live.
Memorial Day is the unofficial beginning of summer and a time to reflect on the blessings we enjoy living in this country. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. At Naturewood's Memorial Day sale, you choose the offer. It's like two sales in one. Take 10% off regular prices or get 24 months of no-interest financing with payments on approved credit. Then you can choose from living rooms, sofas, sectionals, dining rooms, bedrooms, home offices, and so much more. Whether you're looking to lighten the mood in your living room, brighten up your bedroom, or tighten up your home office, you can shop and save big on the best selection of quality furniture, including Sacramento's largest selection of furniture made in the USA. Shop the area's best selection of quality furniture at Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for that water wheel.
What sets Ashton & Price apart from other injury law firms? I'll tell you. From beginning to end, all important legal decisions are made directly between our clients and their experienced local attorney. A gate agent flying the plane, the receptionist performing surgery, not a chance. There's simply no substitute for the unique power of the direct attorney-client relationship offered by Ashton & Price. And there's never a fee until we win, and between you and me, we win a lot.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
KHD-KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Welcome back. Halfway through a Friday edition of the program. Thank you so much, as always, for joining us. That's right. You're darn right. Where's Jason Ross, you ask, if you're joining us late? Alan is in Chicago at a radio festival or something, enjoying Short King weekend, 5/9 through 5/11. So Jason will be doing middays. Yeah. I just realized Crosstalk today will be with Jason. That's funny.
He's also coming in early for celebrity birthdays.
Oh, and so obviously Friday Fun and Games as well. Okay.
And we will be doing streaking at 9:30.
Oh, okay. Wow. So basically, I just got to get through one more hour.
You're basically done already.
Basically done. Because we got Sam Amick at 9 and a special time today due to his travel. Who's hot, who's not at 8:43. We'll replay for you Ian Begley coming up next.
Had some really nice things to say about Scott Perry and Christie.
Oh, very good. Well, people want to hear that. I want to hear that. Today, today is Douglas Dale Christie's. You probably wouldn't want it said, but hey, you're a public figure. What do you want from me? He turns 55. Now, as always, as a tradition, I'm sure he won't pick up, but let's give it a shot here.
I've got my hand near the button.
That's a great call, Chris. Was that on or off the air?
That was on the air.
That was on the air. Okay, that's a great call because Doug is a friend, and sometimes Doug will say things. But let's see if the birthday. Either way, we're leaving him a happy birthday message. As you know, it's not every day you can wish the head coach of the Sacramento Kings a happy birthday, of which I'm sure he's already gotten the best present he could possibly ask for, which is, he's got a pretty damn good job. I think we're going to voicemail here.
Been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 4 2 5.
No.
Yeah, I know it's just the area code, but could you dump that, please? All right. I was going to leave him a happy birthday song.
And I accidentally hit the...
What'd you hit?
Accidentally hit the EAS test.
Sorry.
I'm in an EAS test right now.
So nobody can hear what we're saying?
Oh, we're good now.
Okay. All right.
I have told engineering several times that it's probably not the best to have the dump button right
next to the EAS test. For those on YouTube, there you go. You got the area code. You only got 7 more.
You got 2 of the
numbers. You only got 7 or 8 more numbers to go, and you got his phone number. So with Doug's birthday being today, I thought this morning it'd be fun for us to ask the question, what would you get Doug from a basketball standpoint? What would you get Doug for his birthday as a gift?
Which is interesting because I've actually gotten
an actual birthday
gift.
Today?
Not today.
Oh, but in the past? What was? Can I ask what it was?
Yeah. He's a big Pulp Fiction fan. Oh. So I got him a wallet.
Oh, did you? Did it say what I think it says?
Did.
Hey, had a kid. Let's see. I'll start us off with some Twitter responses, and then we'll get into you at 1-800-912-1140. Your text at 916-339-1140. And those of you on the YouTube, if you wanna chime in. AM on Twitter says a 6'8" or taller demon defender, wing or 2, who can attack the rim and shoot the 3. Okay, got one of them. A pass-first orchestrating point guard, and an athletic rim-running center who blocks shots and rebounds. So we got Keegan Murray. We need to sign Chris Paul. Who would be the athletic rim-running? Does Clint Capella count? I think he might be available. Is he athletic? Yeah. The most popular sentiment is a point guard, which again, every time for the first time of the day, I see something that says we need a point guard. It just makes me laugh and cry at the same time that we literally had 3 starting caliber point guards on this team at the same time 2 years ago. 2 of them are either all-stars or borderline all-stars, either smack in the middle of their prime or the beginning of their prime. And the other one also plays a tremendous amount of defense. Mikal Bridges says HBK Tuna. Well, I don't think the Knicks are letting him go, and if they did, you're probably giving back those 4 first-round draft picks. A championship. Here's the second most popular one. Nobody meddling in his affairs from above. I hear you there. E-Train 57 says, I would get Doug for his birthday an NBA championship ring from 02, served to him by Rick Fox with an apology from the league. Hey, I second that. Here's one, Giannis. Yeah, okay. STK says, I would get Doug length and athleticism. I'm getting him the same gift I'd hope the team would get Mike Brown and De'Aaron Fox on their last 2 birthdays. Now is my chance. RK says Dennis Schroeder. That's a name that's Probably going to come up more and more. Kevin says Sam Hinkie. Well, we got the job filled already for now. Defensive wings, a point guard, rim protection, Naz Reid. Yeah, a lot of new ownerships in there too. I prefer just ownership that doesn't meddle in basketball. We don't need a new owner. Yeah. It's interesting with Doug. Because ultimately, he really truly has gotten the best possible present he could get, which is he's the head coach of his team. He's the head coach of the Sacramento Kings. And that happened a couple weeks before. I mean, interim aside, he just got a multi-year deal to coach the Sacramento Kings, his favorite team in the NBA.
Because there's no Seattle team.
You're stupid. What a great gift. And I think of all those suggestions, I think ultimately it would be the following. This is what I would get Doug. Number one, I would get Doug's opinion on what he thinks this team needs and what he wants this team to get. Ultimately, a general manager's job is to give the ingredients to the chef, but you know what? It's okay to ask the chef what he loves to cook. If you're a dessert chef, a pastry chef, and somebody goes out and gets you a ton of quality meats, here we go again with the food, well, you're probably going to be able to handle that, but your specialty is being a pastry chef. Go out and get them all kinds of frostings and great chocolates and quality sugar ingredients. So what kind of coach does Doug want to be? What kind of attitude does he want his team to have? What kind of culture does he want to build? Go get those players. I would get him a coaching staff. That's the second thing I would ask Doug if I was a GM. Doug, what do you think are your biggest weaknesses as a head coach? Seriously, if you were making a case against you being a head coach or why you're not ready or why you're not the next coach of the year, if you were an attorney in a court making a case against Doug Christie being a head coach, what would your biggest criticisms be? What would your biggest worries be? What are your biggest weaknesses? And then I would go out and I would identify the assistants that wanted to come here, that were excited about coming here to work with and for Doug, that specialized in those weaknesses that he could lean on. And I would go out and I would get them. And then the third thing I would get him silence. Doug, I've listened to you. I've done everything I can to go out and either get the players that you want or the type of player that you want. It ain't perfect, still a road to go, but we're better off than we were in April. We have filled out your assistant coach bench, which, by the way, may I remind you, another chance for ownership to shine here. Does not count against the salary cap. You can spend as much money as you want on the bench. And if they're not out there right now going out and getting the best of the best to put on the bench, they're not doing it. Once again, we're heading down the same path. I would get Doug the dream team of everyone that is available and willing to come here that fits him perfectly. That's not gonna power struggle, not going to try to politic the whole thing. That's not going to stab him in the back. That's not going to undermine him. Their job is to support him. And I would heavily bonus them based on wins and places in the playoffs. Incentivize the assistants to make this team as great as they possibly can under the direction of Doug. And then I'd leave him alone. I'd meet with him daily, weekly, whatever. Hey, how's it going? Anything I can do to make your job easier? What do you need? Do you need anything? And that's it. And give him the year. That's it. Not complicated. We'll take a break. When we come back, This is Whitey and Draper, right? With Ian Begley. What is it? What is Ian's official title? I can't remember. He's going to talk Knicks, Celtics, all that. They'll introduce him. Well-known name on the station earlier this week. Pretty germane to this series going on right now between the Knicks and the Celtics. We'll get to Ian next. But first, you know what else I'd get, dog? I'd pay for the $24.50 tune-up of his air conditioning units from my good friends at American Energy Heating and Air. It's on me. Because whether you are a head coach in the NBA, a radio show host, or anything that any of you all do for a living, we all don't like to sweat in our houses in the summertime. And unless this is your first rodeo in Sacramento and you moved here a couple of weeks ago, you know that it's going to get hot. And you know, if you've experienced this before, that the last thing you want is to have to call an HVAC company in July when it's 108 degrees outside. You know, don't do that. Do not do that. Call American Energy right now. Take advantage of that tune-up. Take advantage of their up to $4,000 in rebates going on for a new system for qualified customers. Take advantage of the company that's been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981, A-plus Better Business Bureau, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Ian Begley is next.
The Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter. Right to your email. Get your latest on the Sacramento Kings, UC Davis, and Sac State with the Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter. Visit sacktownsports.com to join. Carmichael Dave.
He has very good sources, and he just kind of tells it as it is and gets to the point.
Jason Ross.
He has a lot of pretty smart things to say.
He's good at what he does.
On Sacktown Sports.
Ian Begley, nice enough to join us. Ian Begley, of course, Knicks Nets, SNY TV, also host of The Putback. How are you today, Ian? Can you confirm Mr. Draper's query?
I can confirm it. Google can confirm it. Basketball Reference can confirm it. Yes, this is the first one since that J.R. Smith elbow to Jason Terry. I remember that one. That extended the series a little bit. That was a fun series.
Is that's the series that ended that era for the Celtics, if I'm correct?
It did.
Yeah.
It also ended that Nick era, the brief Nick era of Jason Kidd and all those guys. So.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Nick eras, maybe where, this is just the beginning of a new one. But we want to, before we get to that, Ian, we really are done to ask you about Scott Perry. Once again, new GM of the Kings. He was briefly before, then he went to New York. What kind of GM are the Kings getting in former Knick GM Scott Perry?
Very organized, very detail-oriented, someone who, in New York, inherited a tough situation. I mean, he came on board here in the middle of Carmelo Anthony trade talks with the Houston Rockets, where the Knicks were close to agreeing on a deal that would have brought a lot of money back, a lot of dead money. And he came in and he paused the negotiations, and he ultimately made a deal where the Knicks were able to get a draft pick back that turned into Mitchell Robinson. And then in free agency, he was always signing short-term deals with team options for the most part, trying to maintain flexibility. So I think that's what he did well, really well in New York. And I wonder if he's going to take the same approach there. But I do know that just a diligent worker, meticulous, detail-oriented. And it's going to be interesting, too, because in New York, he was working first under team president Steve Mills and then under team president Leon Rose. And here he gets to run the show and steer the ship. So I think you guys are in pretty good hands.
Ian Begley joining us. And Ian, we got some breaking news here in Sacramento. I don't know if it's worth the stinger, Jay, or not, but the Sacramento Kings announcing that B.J. Armstrong will come on as assistant general manager to Scott Perry. So it's official now. Do you know anything about BJ, and what do you think of this tandem here, BJ and Scott Perry working together?
Yes, BJ, obviously a three-time NBA champion, but also worked for the Bulls on the front office side, and then longtime agent, Derrick Rose's agent. I know he's very close with Scott Perry, and so it makes a lot of sense that Scott were to bring BJ on. BJ just is very well connected. He's been obviously a player, front office member, agent, so he's seen the business from all sides, knows everybody, and I do think it's a good hire. I think those guys obviously have a long history together. I'm sure that they share some of the same philosophies, and yeah, I do think that makes a lot of sense in terms of people that Scott may bring in. And I was happy to see that Doug Christie, that deal got done. And he's going to be sticking around. So, yeah, a few good acquisitions so far to me in the Perry era.
Yeah, Doug Christie, the former Knick. Yeah, Ian Begley, nice enough to join us, NBA reporter for the Knicks and the Nets. Not to be negative, Ian, but is there a downside? I mean, what did Scott Perry's critics have to say about his work in New York, if I may?
Yeah, I guess, every GM executive has hits and misses, and he's no different, right? I wouldn't sugarcoat that. Like they got the draft pick wrong in Kevin Knox. That was a draft where you had a lot of talent behind Kevin Knox. That was not the right pick. Didn't turn out to be the right pick. They got the head coach wrong in David Fizdale, and that didn't work for a million different reasons, but ultimately it was not the right call. And again, Perry was working in tandem with Steve Mills at that point. And I can't tell you who ultimately made the call on Fizdale, on Kevin Knox. I don't know. But the end result was not good. And so you look at then, free agency, Julius Randle, pretty good pivot from the Knicks not getting Durant and Kyrie Irving. And then, his MO in free agency was just short-term deals until you wanted to take your big swing. He never got a chance to take his big swing. But I do think, you look at Knox, you look at Fizdale, and those are two where certainly Perry and the front office that was above and below him, they missed there.
Fair enough.
Yeah, why did his time in New York end? Was he bumping heads with Leon, or what happened out there?
No, Leon, he was like a bridge for Leon, I think, because Leon and Scott knew each other well. They worked together, actually, to figure out the Carmelo Anthony situation. And so there was a good working relationship there, and Leon came on without any experience as an executive. So the speculation was he was going to get rid of Scott Perry immediately, but he did not. They kept Scott Perry there for his experience, his know-how, and he was there, I believe, 3 years, if not 3 years. And then his deal was up, and I think it just became clear to him, and I don't want to speak for him, that he was best parting ways and looking for something else. I think that, maybe if they were able to work something out, he might have stuck around. But it just became clear with everybody that was brought in under Leon that I guess he felt that his best days were ahead of him somewhere else.
Ian Begley with us, host of the Putback. So let me try to put back one of your previous comments. Ian, you mentioned, you mentioned that you thought the Doug Christie hire was a good hire. Can we ask why we're excited about that too. What do you like about that hire?
Yeah, I just look at the way that, you guys saw it every night. I didn't see it every night, but generally how the team responded to Doug. And for me, continuity is important. And I think that, with Christie, the way the players responded to him, his knowledge of the game, his experience, the experience certainly wasn't there as a coach, but I just think as a player and assistant coach, he brings a lot there. And I thought the results were good enough to the point where, he deserves a chance here to keep it going. And so that's how I look at it from the opposite coast. Again, you guys seeing it night in and night out, I'm sure that you have a different thoughts on it, but I did think that from a continuity standpoint and just the idea that he did have a good success in a tough situation, thought it made sense.
Yeah. Ian Begley joining us. Ian, we've been talking around here in Sacramento about the team, the organization having to find a guy, somebody that, everything else orbits around. You guys talking about the Knicks found a guy in Jalen Brunson. Do you think the management, the ownership viewed Jalen as a guy, or did he develop into a guy once he got there?
Look, I know that, Leon Rose, that was one of his top, priorities was to get Jalen Brunson if the situation presented itself. But I don't think, look, I don't know if we'll ever get to talk to Leon on the record, but if we do, I'm curious to hear what he would say if Jalen Brunson right now exceeded even his expectations. Because I know they trusted him as a leader. They knew that he would be able to handle an increased role in terms of having the ball in his hands and being the face of a franchise. But I don't even know if they saw this coming in terms of the level that he's reached over the past couple of seasons. But certainly that was Leon Rose, current team president, had Brunson as a target for a while. And you saw how he maneuvered ahead of that offseason to get the money in place to sign Brunson to a deal that, if you remember, it was killed nationally. People were just wondering, how do you give Jalen Brunson $100 million? And then here we are a few years later, and obviously it was the right move.
Ian, this is a little premature because it hasn't been announced yet, but Mike Woodson is an original Sacramento King, and of course he coached the Knicks for a few years. He's apparently in line to become Doug Christie's top assistant. That has not been announced. It's not official, but do you have any thoughts on Mike Woodson from his years in New York that you could share with us?
Well, what's fascinating to me, fellas? This is just a recent anecdote. Jason Kidd was in town with the Mavericks late regular season, and I just asked him that one year in New York, you played for Mike Woodson, then you started coaching. What do you recommend? What do you remember? Pardon me, about Mike? And he just said that Mike held guys accountable. He wasn't afraid to speak the truth to Carmelo, speak the truth to Amari or Tyson. And Jason Kidd said he really respected that. He said he treated these guys like men, but also, he wasn't afraid to criticize the top players, to hold those guys accountable. And to me, that's, I don't want to say rare in the NBA, but it's so important in the NBA to have the respect of those players. And obviously he's coming in as an assistant, whether it's an associate head coach or a different position. So he's not going to have that same role. But if he brings that same approach, I think it can only help the Sacramento, the players, and the relationship between the players and the coaching staff. And so, I did think Woodson did well here in New York. I thought he got kind of a raw deal when Phil Jackson took over. Writing was on the wall, but I think it makes sense for you guys to bring in a veteran NBA head coach to go in and complement Doug Christie on that bench.
That's awesome.
That's good stuff right there, Ian Begley. Ian, I'll let you go on this one. You got a game tonight, game 2, Celtics and Knicks. Can the Knicks do it again, you think, or the Celtics bounce back tonight?
I mean, look, I don't bet. If I was going to put money down, I'm betting on the Celtics. I mean, obviously, I think they're bouncing back. I think Kyle would agree with me. So
yeah. The Celtics ain't missing 45 threes or whatever it is tonight. That's not happening.
No. I don't think so. But the Jaylen Brown health is curious to me, so we'll see how that plays out too. So.
Enjoy the game tonight, Ian. I know you're busy getting ready for the game, so we appreciate your time, and we hope to talk to you again soon. Thanks for all the info. We appreciate it.
You got it, fellas. Take care.
All right, Ian.
Yeah.
All right, man.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
Alan Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports injury update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Right-handed pitcher JT Ginn, out with that right elbow inflammation, started a throwing program last week, and his expected return is TBD. Zach Geloff, still out with that fractured right hand, began a rehab assignment with AAA Las Vegas last week, leading off at designated hitter and going 0 for 2 with the walk. His expected return is early May. This injury report was brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Hey, I'm Alan Stiles. Have an injury? Call Downtown. Downtown LA Law Group, an injury law firm, has many happy clients in Sacramento and the surrounding areas who have called Downtown. Get paid for your injuries from slip and falls or auto accidents. One of their most recent settlements was $1.5 million for a motorcycle accident. Have you had an auto accident? Call Downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222 and visit them at calldowntown.com.
Disturbed. Live. Oh, get up, come on, get down with the 25th anniversary of the 5-time platinum album, The Sickness. 2 sets, 1 show, The Sickness in its entirety, and greatest hits with special guests, Daughtry, and nothing more. Friday, May 9th, Golden One Center. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Disturbed. Live.
Sacramento's premier music festival, Country in the Park, is only a few weeks away with Bailey Zimmerman, Cole Wetzel, plus Billy Currington, Nate Smith, Ernest, and more. Friday and Saturday, May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo. Don't miss pop-up stores, food trucks, line dancing, and more. Country in the Park, celebrating 25 years, May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Goldfield Trading Post, Java City, and Elemental Wine. Get tickets and more at CITPFest.com.
The hot weather is coming. Is your HVAC system ready for it? Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating make sure it is. Get to Lee'sAirPlumbingandHeating.com. Check out their $99 HVAC tune-up special. And let me tell you why Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating is the way to go. They took care of me when our heater collapsed over the winter, and Lee's set us up with a great new HVAC system that is providing comfort, value, and quality. Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating take care of you. License number 635355.
Sacramento, get ready. The Sacktown Sports Live events calendar is packed with epic shows you won't want to miss. Classic rock bands, America takes the stage at Hard Rock Live Sacramento on May 9th. Then hip-hop legend LL Cool J brings the beats to Thunder Valley on May 10th. The Outlaw Music Festival rolls into Toyota Amphitheater on May 18th. And punk pioneers The Dam hit Ace of Spades on May 31st. June heats up with JJ Gray and Mofro at Ace of Spades on June 10th. Plus, country superstars Lee Brice and Walker Hayes at Ironstone Amphitheater on June 21st. Then it's 3 days of country fun at the Country Summer Music Festival at Sonoma County Fairgrounds on June 27th through the 29th. Get your boots ready for the Folsom Pro Rodeo July 3rd through 5th. Then catch Cody Johnson at Golden One Center on July 18th and Parker McCollum at Ironstone Amphitheater on August 16th. Mark your calendars, grab your tickets, and don't miss out. Find all the details at sacktownsports.com.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
On Sacktown Sports.
Our thanks to Jose, who filled in for Alan Stiles yesterday in the middays. Of course, Jason will be doing that today. That's why Jason's not here. I actually really like the idea of at a radio station. It's always, I think, at anywhere, having a boss that also can host. And we were just having a nice conversation off the air during the break about because they'll pick up things they can't pick up from their offices listening. But when you're actually, doing 4-hour solo, especially this time of year, which isn't as bad as it's going to be in a couple months, you pick up on stuff, which is awesome. And I don't know why he's not doing it again today, but that's his decision. I thought he was so good he should come back. Me personally, I thought he was so good he should have come back and done it today. Selfishly, so I'd still have Jason Ross here. But you know what, guys and gals? We got like a half hour left, because then it's Sam Amick at 9. We'll run with him a couple segments. What to watch, streak, and celebrity birthdays. Jason's going to join us for the 9:28 and 9:43 Friday Fun and Games segment. We've got if it's Jason, it's going to happen. If it's Jason, it's going to happen.
Oh, my car broke down, so I just ran in because I didn't want to make sure that you guys weren't surprised by 9:30.
He's ridden his bike here before. And that dude lives like Fair Oaks and 50 area.
Well, he did do a half Ironman,
which is a half more of an Ironman than I will ever do. Friday Fun and Games coming up later as well. We've still, by the way, Friday, gotta get down on Friday. We've still got a 12-pack of crumble cookies to give away. Look at Campeo there. Jose's very good, a professional. He has the talent to take a job on the air. We're not trying to, we're not trying to take anyone's job. Although, I mean, the name Wally Pipp comes to mind. What is going on with Mustache Spider on chat? I like, there are people I like coming in with passion and all that, but like also you don't have to come in every time and just bull in a china shop the whole thing. Hey, great show. Hey, Doug's birthday. What do you think about it doesn't always have to be benign like that. But there's just some folk that come into the chat. It's like you come into the house. I like to think of the chat as like, it's the gathering space for those on YouTube. I like to think of it as like, is it a nice house in Morgan Creek or Granite Bay? It's not. Is it the animal house we all lived in an apartment somewhere in our early 20s with beer caps stuck to the ceiling and a dartboard and a gravity bong? No, but it's somewhere in between. And you come in and you're just like, so, hey, you chatter guy, you're a this, and hey, how about that? And then it turns into an eventual victim complex of, oh, I thought this was America. Well, why can't I say that? But the other guy, all I ask, no politics, no racial stuff, no, no stuff that's going to, what I say to my wife and daughter all the time, that's going to lead to a tennis match. Set the screen! Where they'll be sitting in the room and there's such, I call them their serves, where one of them will say something and it usually involves the phrase, I really think it's funny when. And then the other one says, well, but then you did the thing. And then the other one says, yeah, and it usually ends up with my wife freaking out on my daughter or whatever. And I'm like Mills Lane, just separating everything. Just don't say stuff that's going to lead to the tennis match. Just have some respect for yourself and for others. Act like a grown-up. If anyone's going to be irresponsible, name-calling, immature, argumentative, I'm the only one allowed to do it. Sports Pope. And oh, you were reminding me to get to the segment. I thought you were saying because I'm the Sports Pope. Sorry, Chris said that in my ear. Just be cool. All right. I'm going to run this through to the next segment as well. 1-800-920-1140. You've just been elected the Sports Pope.
White smoke.
White smoke. In my case, if I was elected Sports Pope, purple smoke. To match the golf shoes today. Thank you very much. What would the first decrees you make be? Already said a few of these. Overtime in the NBA, if you haven't fouled out, you get an extra foul. If you've already fouled out, you don't get to come back. Hey, Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on screen phone call. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
How are you?
Good.
Good, Jay.
I was trying to tell you yesterday it was going to be for the first U.S. Pope.
You
hung up on me.
JR, I love you, and I saw you on Twitter. It was just a very sensitive topic, and let's just be honest, it's not like you haven't been known to throw a couple of whoppers out there at time to time. So, yeah, we got an American Pope from Chicago.
Whopper.
Whopper.
You said Whopper.
Whopper.
Throw him out there.
Throw him out
yes, I love it. That I was going to tell you, Inside Skinny was the betting on online was we had the U.S. Pope, old Father Bobby going in. So I was going to give you that.
Well, also I saw some guy bet $550 and made like $50,000 off that bet. So somebody's gambling on the new Pope. Good for them.
His name was Jesus. What are you talking about?
Thank you, JR. So if you're the new sports Pope, flagrant fouls count as tactical fouls and vice versa. The Draymond Green rule closes. If your pass leads directly to made free throws, this is again in basketball, you get an assist. I pass the ball to Chris. Chris gets the and one. I get the assist, which I think I would anyways. I pass the ball to Chris. He gets fouled. He makes both free throws. I get an assist. Why wouldn't I? No more blackouts. Football goes to college overtime rules, effective immediately. NFL football goes to college overtime rules, effective immediately. And then the last two I have, definitely controversial, including this next one that's going to piss a lot of people off. All baseball park dimensions, with the exception of the grandfathered Fenway Park Green Monster, are all the same. You can design your park however you want, but it's 405 or 400 to center field. It's 330 to the lines. It's 370 to the gaps. Whatever numbers you decide on. Only in baseball, which I know some would argue is what makes baseball special. But baseball is so statistically based that it's silly to me that we look at guys and where they rank when it comes to home runs, for example. And if you have one guy, I don't know, Aaron Judge, playing in a short porch right field, he's a lefty, but you put that same guy in wherever. Imagine going to play a basketball game in San Antonio and the rim is 12 feet high. Or the free throw line is 15 feet. Or the baselines are a short 40 feet baseline to baseline to where everything's almost half court. Just make them all the same. You can keep the parks different.
Well, they are all the same.
What do you mean?
Just the walls are different.
That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about home runs. For example, 400 to center, 310 to left and right, 320 along the foul lines, 370 to the gaps. Everywhere. No difference.
It's boring.
It's not boring. It's statistically correct. You want to base a whole sport on stats? Let's even it out. I don't want to hear about how Aaron Judge's home run would only have been out of 3 ballparks and he happened to be. Or what I do want to hear about is Freddie Freeman's home run would have been out of every park in the major leagues.
Well, you won't hear that.
Huh?
You won't hear that now.
You won't. That's my point.
So you'll lose that.
I'm saying now I want to hear about it but in this world, every home run is out of every park. And by the way, there's one more thing, by the way. Parks are always going to be a little bit different because you can't account for example, the wind blowing in at Wrigley, whereas the wind doesn't blow ever in Arlington. Domes, I get it. There's going to always be some differences. But that's also, guess what? You're going to play snow games in Buffalo. But it's still 100 yards. 20s are the 20s. It's still the same width. Weather might be different. You can't do anything about weather unless you domed every stadium, and I don't think you should do that. Seems to me it's pretty simple. Just make them all the same dimensions. That's it. That's all I'm asking. You want to have some fun? Okay, fine. Foul territories are different. Anyway. And I would also, at least in baseball and basketball, I would introduce promotion and relegation. I love it. You're not going to talk me off that hill. I love the idea that as of right now, this second, if the season ended today, I love the idea that the Rockies, the White Sox, and the Pirates would all be AAA teams next year. I love the fact that we'll be paying more attention to AAA now to see who's coming up. And I love the fact that it completely eliminates tanking. Because towards the end of the year, you could argue that the bottom of the standings is more exciting than the top of the standings, where many things have already been clinched. Imagine the last month of the season when you got the Rockies, the White Sox, and the Pirates in the relegation zone, the Orioles, the Marlins, and the Angels just a couple games ahead of them, and there's a series between the two of them. Switch it to basketball. Then we'll take a break here. If relegation and promotion was around last year, the Jazz, the Wizards, and the Hornets would be in the G League next year. The Pelicans finished 2 games ahead of the Hornets out of the relegation zone. The Sixers 5 games ahead. Imagine what that last month would have looked like. You don't get tanking. There is no tanking. There's the opposite of tanking. You've got teams loading up if they can to stay out of relegation. That's real world stuff that happens in other sports that have it. You know who'd be in the NBA next year? Sacramento would have 2 NBA teams in the same area code. The Stockton Kings, the Orlando, whatever the hell they were. And then one other team come up. And the only way you can get back into the NBA, you got to finish in the top 3 in the G League. Top 2 automatically, and then 3, 4, 5, and 6, they have the playoff to see who gets promoted. You ever see a celebration from a soccer team that got promoted to another division? It's like winning their own World Series, dude. We'll take a break. When we come back, your phone calls at 1-800-920-1140. Your texts at 916-339-1140. Your comments on YouTube. If you were the sports pope, what would you introduce? We'll also get to who's hot and who's not before we get to Sam Amick at the top of the hour next.
Visit SacktownSports.com and join the Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway. Because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time. Exclusively the Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
People are coming from all over to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, from Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville, because they've seen for themselves the huge selection and the best prices at SacSuperstore.com. Good luck finding a lower price anywhere else. And if you do, they'll match it. It's as simple as that. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, where a handshake still means something. Open until 10 o'clock and essentially located right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. And online at SacSuperstore.com. The guaranteed lowest price and the best selection of Dodge, Chrysler, Jeeps, and Rams. SacSuperstore.com.
Ralph Barbosa. I just don't like going to church, man. I don't like the people there. Like, if those are the people that are going to be hanging out in heaven, I just go to hell. Renee Vaca.
I'm Mexican, though, man. Stereotypical Mexican. When Donald Trump called us drug dealers, though, all right, he got his ass.
The Butterfly Effect Tour, Friday, May 23rd. The venue at Thunder Valley. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss Ralph Barbosa and Renee Vaca.
There are so many benefits of working with the Overhead Door Company of Sacramento. Now, we chose them to get our new garage doors, and we're so thrilled that we did. They look absolutely amazing. Jason Ross here. And for us, well, we just flat out needed new garage doors. But maybe you do as well, or maybe it's just repairs to your existing doors. Well, the Overhead Door Company of Sacramento can help you with that. It is also a great time of year because this is when homes go on the market. So is yours ready? Well, one thing, don't forget about that garage door, because a new garage door can increase the value of your home. First off, with Curb Appeal, a new modern or stylish garage door can improve the overall appearance of your house. Also, the return on investment. It is one of the most cost-effective upgrades to increase your home value. You can see for yourself. Just visit the showroom off Franklin Boulevard and ask about the Sacktown Sports Special. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, the genuine, the original overhead door. Always look for the red ribbon logo.
What's hot and what's not. Brought to you by American Energy Heat and Air, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Head to AmericanEnergyAir.com to find out more.
What's hot?
Yeah, hot. Real hot. And what's not?
It's not good. Brought to you by American Energy Heating and Air, Sacramento's complete heating and cooling company, and second opinion partner.
Is hot.
Bobby Witt Jr.
Ah.
In his last 5 games, he has 10 hits, 80 RBIs, 6 extra base hits, 4 stolen bases, 2 home runs, and 1 walk-off. No other major league player has done all of those over a 5-game span since RBIs became an official stat in 1920.
Ah. That's actually very nice. Also, Jason Ross is hot. He's here. Saw him during the break. Yeah. Hey. Also, you know who else is hot? I've never commented on this in my entire life, but I saw it during the break, Chris. Every once in a while, you just have to tip your cap to a genius idea. I would like to tip my cap to the bride who, in her wedding invitations, announced, you know, at the reception, they do the toast and the this and the that, and then everybody gets up, and it's a mad rush for the food line. Everybody goes to the buffet and grabs the chicken or turkey, unless you're getting served at your table. But most weddings you go to, they got the big buffet line. Her idea is genius. The buffet line is based in order of who RSVPs to the wedding first. So people that send back their RSVPs, and there are people, me, who are notoriously late at sending back their RSVPs, and these poor people are trying to figure out how many plates they're going to order, how many people are going to go, blah, 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 blah. Well, now, the first person to RSVP back, you're first in line to go get food. That's genius. It's brilliant. It treats everybody the same. I love it. Maybe you have a couple of backstage passes available for special, hey, guess what? You get the pink ticket. You get to go to the front of the line. Turn it into a competition, I say. All right, who's not?
Warriors 3-point shooting. And their 117-93 loss to the Timberwolves last night, they were 90. They were 9 of 32 from 3 for 28.1% on the night.
Hey, that's not great. Well, that's not great at all. I mean, look. Bad nights happen. Warriors don't get Steph Curry back. They're cooked by the chef. See you later. End of story. Sam Amick coming up in 8 minutes.
Burger.
Cucumber. And then she plays the translation. That's my favorite part. Cocomer. Sorry, 4 people know what we're talking about. Some sports pope ideas. I like them. Some of them. In baseball, this is from you guys now. I said mine. In baseball, if a pitcher walks a batter when he has a 5-run lead, he should be given an error. I'm okay with that. Give interceptions to receivers if they drop a catchable ball. That's a drop, right? That's a drop.
No, like if they if it goes through their hands or something like that and the other team intercepts it.
Oh, so the quarterback doesn't get the interception. Ah, okay. Nope, I'm there. I like it. A lot of relegation promotion, a lot of relegation promotion.
I've got one that's going to upset you.
Mm-hmm.
As Sports Pope.
Yes.
Maximum ticket price, $100. Minimum, and that would be for all upper levels for every sport.
Uh-huh.
That would be maximum $20.
So basically courtside seats are just a lottery.
Now I will allow for suites and luxury court to make your own prices.
So basically most of the, like, let's say the closer half of the lower bowl and the suites, you make your own prices.
You can make your price for that.
Upper half of the lower bowl and upper deck, 100 tops.
No, upper deck tops is $20.
Oh.
But most for lower level is $100.
Wow. Good for business. Christopher Locke, always on the side of the billionaire. I don't inherently hate that. I guess I would say, well, I guess salaries are going to go down a little bit, but also ticketing is not a no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
They're only going to be making $200 million instead of $400 million.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, just saying. Owners are going to make less.
Oh no.
So while this owner went to school and instead of going to parties and doing keg stands like you and your buddies, this owner goes to college and studies and builds a business and takes all the risk and employs
all the risk for a business.
Employs thousands of people, gives them their 401ks and helps them feed their family, provides jobs for everyone, and we're gonna punish them. Wow. The Christopher Law, they'd be the Sacramento Hammer and Sickles. That's what it'd be. Nice yellow and red flag.
I guarantee you like our atmosphere now, it would be 20 times better.
Oh, well, I don't disagree with that at all. Let's see here. Eliminate offsides in soccer? No.
Yeah, people say that, and that was before I started watching soccer. I was like, yeah, just get rid of that. But when you start to watch it, that would make it very boring.
Yeah, that's not no. Let's see what else. If a player carries the ball at any point in a dribble, possession's lost 100% of the time. Okay. A missed 3-point shot is -1. No, but I don't hate that.
Oh, yeah.
I don't hate that. That's actually kind of funny. No regular season challenges. Get out of here. That's another thing I'd say. I forgot. That's one of my passions. You have unlimited challenges until you lose a challenge. And as long as you have a timeout.
Yeah, why should you be punished because the referee keeps getting it wrong?
Thank you. Drives me nuts. I'm not a fan of the game being slowed down for replays. And by the way, all replays have to be replayed within 60 seconds. All replays have to be replayed within 60 seconds. What did Kyle just do?
Just button stuff.
Okay. No replays can take longer than a minute, but you have unlimited challenges as long as you have a timeout until you get one wrong. That's it. As Chris just said it perfectly. Why do coaches get punished? Because refs suck at their jobs.
He's encroaching on my decrees.
There's a few others in here. City edition jerseys may not be worn more than 5 times per season and never in the playoffs. I'm okay with that. I'd go a step further. I know this is controversial, but I would also say that all home jerseys in basketball and baseball should go back to being white or light colored, and all road jerseys are dark, and the opposite in the NFL. Enough of this crap where the home team's wearing the dark jersey and the road team's wearing the light jersey. Go back to how it was. 7th inning stretch, take me out to the ball game only. Ooh, I like this one. This is another one.
I'm sorry, but I got it. Do you know that Billy Martin, when he was a manager for the Rangers, wanted to change take me out of the ball game?
No.
He wanted to play Thank God I'm a Country Boy. Because he really liked being a cowboy when he was a manager for the Rangers.
It sounds incredibly Billy Martin. That is on brand. So on brand for Billy Martin.
To where one game he just called up the PA and said, like, hey, we're not doing Damien.
Right, yeah. From the 916, love this. Delayed fouls in the NBA, just like hockey. Why punish the offensive player who is fouled by stopping the play? That's also called advantage in soccer. I love that. I think they should, seriously, that's something they really need to look at. The referee should have the ability to let a play go if the offensive team who is aggrieved has possession and has the advantage, and then assign the foul when the play is over to that team. Also, I think that every team should have, let's say, 3 or 5 different times during a game where they can send a flop to the league. And if it's proven that you flopped or over-emoted on a foul, it's a $25,000 fine, and you can roll those all the way up to $100,000 fines and suspensions. You're damn right. Get rid of flopping. We'll take a break. When we come back, Sam Amick joins us next.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 at O'Reilly Auto Parts. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, stain, tools, flooring, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online from May 8th through May 14th. Not a member? Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Whitey here for Napoleon Grills, reminding you that when buying a new grill, every detail matters. While supplies last, you'll receive a $149 gift with purchase on every new Napoleon Prestige stainless steel grill. The kit even includes a pizza lover starter kit and much more. And now up to $79 off Napoleon Rogue models. Napoleon grills are built different, built better, built to last, with a lifetime warranty and premium steel that boasts amazing quality. Visit Green Acres Nursery today for your best selection of Napoleon grills and accessories.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimer.
Hey there. I'm Phil Briggs, Navy veteran and host of CBS Eye on Veterans weekly radio show and podcast. And I often think of my old boss in the Navy, Commander Reed, especially when I'm trying to motivate my kids. Now I know how he must have felt trying to motivate me. This Military Appreciation Month, Navy Federal Credit Union wants to celebrate those who go above and beyond for us every day. Learn more at NavyFederal.org/celebrate. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? visit Cintas.com
Oh, I'm ready.
and get ready for the workday.
If you love golf but don't want to play the same 18 holes over and over, at Timber Creek and Sierra Pines, you get 27 holes of variety, so every round feels fresh. And with a Premier Club membership, you'll enjoy unlimited golf with a cart, unlimited range use, exclusive discounts, and 2 complimentary guest passes to share the experience. With pristine conditions, a scenic layout, and an award-winning reputation, Timber Creek and Sierra Pines is Sacramento's #1 rated golf destination. Stop waiting. Become a Premier Club member today at timbercreekgc.com.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
You're on camera, Sam. Joining us right now, Jason Ross is doing the middays today, so we'll have him join us for a little crosstalk. We have Sam on StreamYard, Sam Amick from The Athletic. A special time this week, 9 a.m. Special Sam Amick show brought to you by Jiffy Lube. And camera comes on. Sam's chilling. Sam, you're looking like I'm about to look in about an hour. Good morning.
At least I didn't have the Homer Simpson hand in the pants. Man, this 9 a.m. slot, Dave. I know we love our 8 a.m. slot. You gave me a little taste of it. This is I was early. I was on time. I'm on camera.
Look, I'm just gonna peel the curtain back, man. I'm gonna, you know what? This is gonna be one of them rare times. You and I are buddies off the air as well. I feel like I can do this. Where I like to call this is a complisult. It's a compliment and an insult at the same time. So your visits with us are by far the most aggregated, are by far the most viewed interviews on the entire station. That's no insult to any other guest on the station, including our very own on the morning show. But yours are the most, by far, these conversations are the biggest hitters. And we actually have research, Samuel, that shows that the 8 to 9 a.m. hour, that's our core audience, right? So, yes, you can have your agent contact me during the week and say, I'm traveling, I have to move my times, I have to do all of this. But that's why they have us at 8. I know it's tough. I got to get up at 8 too, buddy. I'm not happy about it, but
all right, fair enough.
You're that good, Sam.
So how are you going
to smash the Kings today? Your thoughts?
Wow. Trigger alert. There's 29 teams in the NBA. I don't know what you're talking about.
There's so much inside baseball going on right now.
There is inside baseball. Since you added a word to the lexicon, complisult. I will, although this is actually probably straight insult. I love that you go inside baseball on a text message that I sent to you that, again, you did not respond to.
So
2 texts, and for the listening audience, it's funny. I'm going to shout out, it's been a while, neighbor John, who I was just texting with. I think we're going to lunch today. John likes to give me a hard time. Like, are you and Dave really friends? Because he never actually shows up on the block. So there's that. And now what I will add to it is, I don't know if we are really friends because I can't even get a response to a text message. But yes, I have been advised that let's stop talking Kings. Let's talk about everybody else.
I don't. The first text I didn't respond to during the week, that was when you were asking if we could push things back. You texted me Wednesday at 7:07, and then I think I got back. Oh no, I'm sorry. I apologize. You texted me Tuesday at 11:22, asking if we could do Friday. I followed up with you Wednesday at 7:03, saying, "My bad, dude. That's cool." Then yesterday, I won't read the text, but you sent me a text. I won't read the text. You sent me a text at 2:52. Now, here's the thing. Tuesday, 11:22. Then the follow-up was at 2:52. This is the God's honest truth. The worst times to text me are between 11 and 3 during the week, because that is That is nap area.
Sleepy time.
Okay. That is sleepy time. So what happens is I wake up. Now I don't sleep the all 4 hours, but sometimes I take a nap, right? Get to sleep at 11:30. Sometimes I can't get to sleep until 2, but I try to take a nap. I wake up, tons of texts. I get distracted. It's my fault. I think we should do the whole. I think we should do the whole interview about. We should do the whole interview about this. That way we won't get aggregated. Today's Doug Christie's birthday. He turns 55.
Birthday,
Yep, double nickel, Jason Williams. And we were talking earlier today about what to get Doug for his birthday, if you could, from a basketball standpoint. He, of course, has Mike Woodson. He has Scott Perry. He has B.J. Armstrong. And names rumored amongst others, Bobby Jackson, Darius Sangila, a few others. Nothing's been done yet, as far as I know, unless you have different information. But it is as we talk about the Kings, is there a legit concern that Doug will get the staff he wants and needs, whether that's X and O veteran guys, perhaps like Mike Woodson, and any color you can give us on Mike's background, Mike's head coaching, him coming in, any of that would be appreciated as well. But is that really the thing now, is getting Doug the coaching staff he not only wants but needs?
Yeah, I mean, obviously with Woodson, with Woody, you add, a veteran voice. He's been out of the league for a bit, was it Indiana? I don't have clarity on the different relationship connective tissue there. But, that's a guy who's a longtime head coach and who's the old head on the staff. And that's typically some version of that is the formula when you have a more inexperienced head coach like Doug. The BJ Armstrong edition is fascinating. I know BJ fairly well from his agent days and, storied member of those Bulls championship teams, and a guy who's been pretty prominent in the media space, pretty vocal about the league itself, even recently, kind of weighing in on the way the game is played. And it's funny because he and Scott have this in common, where for better or worse, you have, recent stuff in the public domain where you can learn about how they see the game and how they see different players. And, BJ's done long podcast interviews. So, pretty front-facing guy, smart guy, and interesting hire there. The rest of the staff, the Bobby rumors, I haven't looked into that stuff in several days, in full transparency. I looked into the Bobby thing 4 or 5 days ago, and essentially it was like you said, like not done, but we'll see if that happens. But yeah, they're building it out, and you are breaking our rule of not talking Kings. You just went right down this road.
I said bashing. We're not bad. We're just talking. And when it comes to somebody, that was fascinating. You had the Scott Perry thing, and you mentioned his podcast, and that was his comments on Zach LaVine. You had B.J. Armstrong, who I thought was a little bit off in his assessment of Keegan Murray, but that's an opinion. But I loved his assessment of the team. It echoed what we've been saying since the beginning of the year, that it's like a fantasy basketball team. There's a lot of talent on it, but it's just a complete mishmash that doesn't seem to fit together. But I want to ask you, because this is you're far more of an insider than I am, and this is a part of the game you have a ton more insight than I do. I saw a couple conversations amongst fans on different sites and things where when BJ Armstrong was hired as the assistant GM, being a former agent, they looked at his client list, and, no disrespect to any of his clients, but just not incredibly impressive. You're not talking about a list of all-stars. Is it short-sighted when I understand where they're coming from? They want to, somebody in the front office that has tons of connections to tons of great players. I understand the thought process, but is it a lot deeper than just, hey, who was on this guy's agent roster and how good were they?
I would probably say both sides of that. There's, it's fair to say if who's a good example. Like when Leon Rose got hired by the Knicks, you were confident that you were kind of opening the door to the entire CAA client list. You know what I mean? He was the top of CAA when he made that move. So somewhat fair, I think, to look at the client list, but then also BJ's been doing it for 20 plus years. It's funny, Draymond's in the news today. BJ was Draymond's first agent. And so, and that's a natural part of the business where you have some guys and then they go another direction. He's a guy who's been a prominent agent at Wasserman for a very long time, and that's a power agency in a place that even if his, certain guys weren't on his individual personal list, you're part of that group and you're part of the team. So, I mean, I get it. Relationship wise though, it's a lifetime in the league, and he has stayed close to people around the league. Can't pretend to know his Rolodex in intimate detail, but he is not somebody who just disappeared for 20 years after his playing career and is coming back. He's been in this for a minute.
So let me go off the beaten path and feel free to pull me back on. So, when you look at BJ Armstrong's client list, he had Derrick Rose, Bismack Biyombo, Larry Drew, Isaiah Collier, Josh Jackson, Pooh Jeter, former King, etc. Not names, with the exception of Rose, and this was later in his career, I believe. Doesn't jump out, but you mentioned, and rightfully so, that BJ was part of the Wasserman Agency, which is a power agency in the NBA. Also, I believe, is the agency that represents Domantas Sabonis. So, okay, so rather than look at his client list, is it also fair, at least on the positive side? See, we're doing positive Kings talk right now. On the positive side, that is it fair to say, okay, BJ Armstrong may not have, Durant, LeBron, and whoever as his clients, but I would imagine equally as important as a relationship with the players, the relationship with the agency and with the agents themselves. So when you're maneuvering back and forth as a member of the front office, that you're calling the agents directly instead of, hey, Bill, it's BJ. Nice to meet you. It's, hey, Bill, let's go have drinks at, your sister's house this weekend. By the way, I need to talk to you about this guy. I'm dramatizing, but is that far off from reality?
No. I think that's important. I mean, first of all, as a baseline commentary, and I'm not trying to disparage the position at all, but he's an assistant GM. You know what I mean?
Right.
So if you're gonna like have this level of scrutiny and critique for BJ getting this job, then let's pull out the list of all the assistant GMs in the league and see if fans have anything to say about all those different guys who are mostly anonymous when it comes to the league at large. The agent thing you're hitting on is fair and accurate, and it, I think, probably fits in nicely with, as you remember when Scott Perry had that 3-month run with the Kings before, his ability to, at that time, to connect with agents relating to the draft was one of the wins of his tenure, because the Kings, reputation at that point was so bad that you had prominent draft picks or guys that were projected to be lottery picks, not wanting to work out for Sacramento, kind of, treating them as a place that they were not going to prioritize. Scott had gotten some of that to improve. And I think BJ has the ability as well, relationship wise, to connect with these agents that he's obviously known for a long time.
Sam Amick joining us. It's interesting when you look at that whole thing and what's to come as well this summer, how it's all set up. Now we move on to Wolves Warriors last night.
That was a great positive segment. Good job.
I thought it was. That was very, very, very positive. Moving on to the Warriors Wolves. Wolves win. Big story afterwards. Draymond Green. I'm paraphrasing, but that upset that there's an agenda portraying him as an angry black man. Now, Sam, you say and do what you want. I said very early on, and all the times I've covered this, I said, look, I'm not touching the color part of that. I just think it's silly for a guy that looks like me to try to say yay or nay on what somebody who's walked in shoes that I've never walked in can and can't deal with. But to the other part of it, the angry man part of it, golly, it sure seems like Draymond has cultivated that image, that it is deserved. And fans, myself included, feel like Draymond Green is given more leeway with referees than anybody else in the league. From a national standpoint, from a non-biased standpoint, do you think that's an accurate statement?
You had cut out a tiny bit. You said more leeway than anybody else in the league.
Yeah, more leeway. I feel, and I think a lot of fans feel, like Draymond Green has more leeway than anyone else in the league when it comes to addressing the referees. Now, is that just Kings fan biased opinion, or do you think that's a fairly shared opinion nationally?
I think it's kind of ebbed and flowed. I mean, years ago, there was a stretch where it did seem like, because of his reputation, if he breathed wrong, it was another tech. Lately, Yeah, I think it's gone the other way. I forget which game it was not too long ago when the officiating crew, did a fascinating job of like whistle gymnastics, if that makes sense. To
Flagrant versus technical. Yeah.
like not throwing them out.
Yeah. That was Rockets.
I actually ran into a ref recently that I had a fascinating discussion with. We'll call it on background because no names attached, but about dealing with Draymond, and I thought it was really interesting because the first thing they highlighted is how smart he is, and but obviously he's fiery as well. The one thing, if you didn't include this context, that you got to make sure you share on this particular situation is that I don't know all the details, but there is the accusation that he was called a racial slur by the crowd.
Gotcha.
And there's a video of him on the exercise bike trying to stay warm during the game. And the logistics they're just unfortunate because the bike is like 6 inches from the crowd. And there is a viral tweet going around that he was called something that is going to, A, is completely unacceptable and unfortunate, and B, is going to play a part in the message he chose to share after the game.
Sure.
So I don't know that this is just a basketball discussion. It seems like it's not. So to focus on the basketball, he's back in that bad habit of even when the foul is on the other guy, he is like spazzing out. You know what I mean? And that part he can't really argue with. Like, the other night, the details are escaping me, but it's like you get fouled, but then it's the extra of flailing the arm. He had a leg flail, recently that was very similar to when he kicked Steven Adams in the crotch years ago. So I think on-court stuff, I mean, my goodness, even he is the one when, they won Game 7 against Houston, who I thought it was fantastic. I was there, and he just kind of bared his soul talking about Steve Kerr, getting across to him the importance of him keeping his cool and how important he was to the team and all that stuff. Like, so he has been really open about, self-monitoring all this stuff. But I think the fan component is why it put him in a dark place, understandably, last night.
Here's that quote after the Rockets game.
I pouted way too much last game. So I spent the last 2 days embarrassed. Just what I gave to the game, what I gave to the world, I was embarrassed. And so I've been dying since the last game ended to get out on the floor and prove who I am. One thing about this league, you're never done proving who you are until you're done.
So I assume that's what you're referring to. That's yeah. So
well, and just a little more context real quick. That morning at shoot around, and I was there, Steve Kerr and Draymond were having a conversation, and I'm looking at it from 50 feet away, and I'm literally telling a fellow media member, man, look at how engaged Draymond is. He was just staring into Steve's eyes, listening to every word that came out of his mouth. So they really, and we learned later, they had connected on a pretty deep level about that topic. So, it's unfortunate to go from that moment of self-understanding and positivity to what happened last night.
Sam Amick joining us from The Athletic. It's very interesting to go even deeper into that too, because there is the basketball side, and I think he's cultivated that. I think he's a borderline, if not completely dirty player at times, and has cultivated that image. He's also the image on the court. He's also won multiple championships. He's part of the glue that holds that dynasty together. He's an incredibly intelligent player. But then there's the other side, like you alluded to, the possible slur being dropped from the fan base while he was on the bike. The things on social media and God knows where else.
Ejected, by the way.
Oh, thank God, and should not be let back in. And it's interesting because you're going to have people hear that and say, dude, that's like 4 people. What are you talking about, or whatever. And I will never know what it's like to be called a racial slur. Neither will you. But I'm just trying to think of something, certainly not comparable, but that would trigger me. If somebody said something about my kids, I would be instantly triggered. And it doesn't matter if it's 5 people or it's 5,000 people. It's below the belt. There's no room for it. And we don't see. It's an interesting position. I know a lot of people, including myself, want to not stand in front of Draymond Green because of our basketball feelings. But from a human point of view, like a lot of times, and you've heard stories about this, Sam, far more than I, but I've heard stories about the things that they see, the things they deal with, the things that we don't know about that get put in front of them, whether it's live or whether it's on the internet or sent to their house or yelled at them from a car. And if they talk about it and publicize it, so many times they're looked at as complainers, or they're soft, or they're sensitive, or you get paid millions of dollars to play a kid's game. What are you doing? If they don't, who can blame these people as human beings for seething on it and having it come out at different moments? So it is a very interesting other side you do bring up to that. And as I said, it'd be silly for me to opine against what he's saying because I haven't walked in his shoes, but it's certainly a lot deeper than basketball on the floor, obviously.
No, I mean, that's all well said. I mean, I'll add a little bit of a macro backdrop, and this is a pet peeve of mine in these playoffs. I'm going to come off like I'm, 77, not 47, but I'm really tired of hearing the fans yell "F you," insert name here.
Yeah,
and it's the only part of the playoffs that I've just not enjoyed. I'm not G-rated, but like that stuff and that energy sucks, and it's funny when I was in OKC, credit not to go down this road, like the Bible Belt or whatever you want to call it. I was like, at least like that crowd they're literally chanting free throw merchant at Nikola Jokic, which I thought was hilarious. Like, let's do more of that.
Yes.
But if you're Draymond, and now as time has marched on, you have this reputation. But now you also have like not only kids, but you have kids that are old enough to hear all this stuff. Like the guy's got a family where, the part of me that does empathize as a dad is like, even though it is part of it, like, damn, like if 18,000 people were chanting "F you, Sam,"
right.
Like that's part of the energy that he receives all the time. And then just generally speaking, and maybe some of it deserved, but I don't think on that, level. These playoff games, Dave, like, I forgot how intense they are. And I mean, like, so I sat in OKC. It was so much fun. I got a good seat. Media a lot of times. Sometimes it's the top of the lower concourse. Sometimes it's in the corner. OKC has a handful of seats that if you get lucky, and I wrote about this, like you can sit literally like the old days in Sacramento, courtside.
Yeah.
And so as much fun as it was to watch the game from that space, it was also this reminder of the incredible intensity. So if the other night it was positive. It was just a basketball game and I enjoyed it. But I've had times in the past, not to make it about me, like I got into it with a fan one time, probably a decade ago, where I was on deadline trying to do my thing. This person figured out that I was based somewhat in the Bay, and they basically started yelling at me like I was a Warriors fan.
Wow.
And like literally now we're like nose to nose courtside where like this happened. And the intensity is the thing that sticks with me because these players are trying to do their jobs. And then obviously at different times getting triggered by inappropriate things that are getting thrown their way.
I think there's a billion ways to get at a player, especially we got to sign off here, but we had one of our listeners that was chanting at Draymond Green at the play-in game last year. He was chanting repeatedly "turkey sausage" at Draymond Green. And the thought behind that when we asked him was that Draymond orders a breakfast sandwich usually 3-4 times a week from a little takeaway place in the Bay. And this guy happened to know the takeaway place. And the lady that makes the sandwiches there said Draymond would call an order and then he'd be late to pick them up. So he would always take away these cold turkey sausage sandwiches. And so this guy was chanting turkey sausage and getting to Draymond because who the hell is going to know that type of reference? I'm here for that. I'm here for chanting turkey sausage at Draymond Green when nobody knows what the hell you're talking about. But when you start saying F you or, your kids or your family or God forbid something racial or that's
we're getting clever. You know what I came up with? I think if you pick your least favorite player, find out what shows they're binging, and then scream like spoiler alerts during the game.
He was alive. He was dead the whole time.
We might have to do that for the first Warriors game.
That's awesome. Good job,
Let's
Sam.
get more clever people.
Look, what a wonderful, insightful, depth-filled, creative.
Actually, that might cause a fist fight in the stands. Hey, I'm watching that too.
Just the whole segment on the first day of the American Pope, and look what we did. Positivity, baby.
Chi-Town, stand up.
That's right. Appreciate you, brother. Have a great weekend. I'll do better on the text line, and we'll talk to you soon.
The text line. That's all I got to. I'm part of the text line.
Our
Nice.
text line now, our personal text line. Say hi to the family.
All right. Thanks,
Take
buddy.
care. Bye. That's Sam Amick of The Athletic. We're way late for a break. When we come back, what to watch? We're going to go streaking. We're going to do celebrity birthdays. Jason Ross is going to join us. Friday Fun and Game shortly thereafter. We're at the fun part of the show. Don't go away. We're right back.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
Carmichael Dave here for my good friends at American Energy. As a native Sacramentan, I can tell you, not that you need to know, that it might be nice right now, but turn the corner and oh my God, it's so hot. Yeah, you know, summer is coming. And my friends at American Energy want to make sure you are dialed with your AC unit. So how about this? Half off tune-up right now. It's a special going on, just $24.50 to get your air conditioner tuned up. A free diagnostic. And oh, by the way, if you need a new AC unit, up to $3,500 in rebates on qualifying system installations. That's right. They've been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Give them a call, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Here's the song.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
The only place you'll find Malik Monk is Sacktown Sports.
Oh my, what an athletic move that time by Malik Monk.
Hey Sacramento, it's Malik Monk and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It's the energy all around you.
Lightning and the thunder.
The thrill of the moments to come. Introducing all new high-limit slots, showcasing over 260 exciting slots, impeccable service, premium amenities, and action that's unmatched.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip, if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Father's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for dads and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
Full details and disclaimer.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best
action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
I'm Sia, and I support Humane World for Animals, formerly called the Humane Society of the United States. Together, we have created a new version of Peter Gabriel's beautiful song, Salisbury Hill, to celebrate Humane World for Animals and everything they do. Enjoy the song and join us in helping Humane World for Animals end animal cruelty.
The hot weather is coming. Is your HVAC system ready for it? Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating make sure it is. Get to Lee'sAirPlumbingandHeating.com. Check out their $99 HVAC tune-up special. And let me tell you why Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating is the way to go. They took care of me when our heater collapsed over the winter, and Lee set us up with a great new HVAC system that is providing comfort, value, and quality. Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating take care of you. License number 635355.
It's Friday, gotta get down on Friday. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend, Friday.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sacktown Sports.
There is a non-zero chance that at some point today, Jason Ross was walking into the station. That happened. And he took a deep breath. But an hour earlier, Aaron Judge was taking a morning walk and he sneezed. And that sneeze went into the ether. And the winds winded. And when Jason Ross walked in, he inhaled some of the same air that Aaron Judge expelled because he is in the city as we speak, Jason. Good morning.
I've heard that.
Midday host Jason Ross joining us right now for some crosstalk.
Hi.
How was sleeping? Okay. What time did you wake up this morning?
So I had the nerve to set an alarm.
Okay, sorry. Let me read. What time did you first wake up, and then what time did you get out of bed? I guess I should ask.
Pleasantly surprised that I woke up later, but it was before my alarm.
So what time was that?
The first time I'm like, it was just after 6. It was like 6:03 or something. And
really?
I was like, wow,
must be nice.
I was surprised.
Yeah.
I've got more time.
Uh-huh.
And then it was off and on for
these did a nice big stretch.
An hour.
Rolled over.
I'm like, yeah. I got to start riding my bike here.
Yeah, right. You have ridden your bike here.
I have. Kyle rode his bike today.
Yeah, Kyle rides his bike a lot.
He does.
That's why Kyle fits into clothes better than I do. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying his clothes are better, but he fits into them better.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So you got a big show planned today.
I do.
Yeah.
But it's good to be here.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's good to be with you.
It's great to be with you.
I had explained in the open how I got that call from you.
Yeah.
I said, by the way, I said that's not unusual for us to have a conversation off the air on the phone. I said, we probably talk, I can't remember. I want to say it was 0.6 times a day on average.
No, you said 0.7.
Oh, sorry. 0.7.
Yeah, fact checker.
High or low, would you say, are accurate? We don't talk every day.
No, but some days could be like 4. 3 to 4 times.
That's actually very true.
So we gain ground, but then it might be a couple days without.
That's actually, so we probably talk maybe on average once a day.
For the week?
Yeah.
Because we might get a Sunday, might.
I'm talking Monday through Friday.
Monday through Friday?
Monday through work week only. Because weekends we try to do our thing. Yeah.
We spend the night.
We have moments.
We see each other in person.
So much room for activity.
Yeah, that's 0.7 is pretty good.
Yeah. Okay.
Pretty good.
Thank you.
I think the betting line was very accurate.
I got the call from you last night. You laid the news out.
Yeah.
And then I just proceeded to hammer the whole thing.
Yeah.
Come on.
I know. I was like, oh. I mean, the immediate positive was the sleep pattern,
absolutely,
which I took a little bit advantage. I did take advantage of, but this time of year, especially without Kings, the beauty of Friday is you are 23 minutes from getting to your cheat day.
That's right. Cheat day.
Yeah.
And I got I'm playing golf with my brother.
That's right. Golf today.
Yeah, 3 hours from now in Vallejo.
And then you have a second activity.
And then I'm going to Disturbed with my kids tonight.
Yeah.
You're going to disturb your kids tonight?
Trust me, they have no idea what they're getting into. My kids think Disturbed is the Sounds of Silence band.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
Is this cheat day on the way to golf?
So I'm going to have time. I think I might actually stop and eat.
Inside?
I don't ever do that. Jason, it's a good question.
Thanks.
I think it's, I don't like to do it right on 80 because they jack all the prices up on all
They
the.
do?
the-
You've done your research?
Oh, I have.
Do your
You go by whatever that milk farm place is near Fairfield.
Scam.
And you go into where they have the pocket of all the
Nut tree.
Yeah, and Nut Tree area. They jack up all the prices. Yeah. So I'll probably get something. You know what? I don't think today's a Big Bear Diner day.
Black Bear?
That either.
Yeah.
But, and there's not a lot around here. I don't know what the hell's around here other than Black Bear Diner, but something. I'll find something in town.
There's a place you could go to in Vallejo that I know of that you could buy fresh fish and then they fry it up for you.
Okay, you had me with the fresh fish because I was thinking sushi.
Oh yeah, I forgot you're not a seafood person.
I'm not
except
a cook.
for sushi.
Yeah, I'm not a cooked fish guy. I'll eat the shrimps and stuff, but crabs, but not I eat the cooked fish. But yeah, sushi's not a bad idea. But that was 11:30. That's too late.
Yeah,
Makuni does. So, anyways, we got a lot to get to. I want to. Well, Chris, let me ask you this.
We have to be very quick.
Yeah, I know. And so what do you want me to do? Okay, we'll go to break and I'll do the 12-pack of crumble cookies. And so wait on that. In the meantime, we're going to go streaking right now. Is that what we're doing?
Sure.
It's time to go streaking.
We're going streaking! Yeah!
Who is the Nostradamus of MLB? Who can keep the streak going? It's time to go streaking.
What the hell are you doing?
We're streaking. All right, Dave's streak was at 1. Mine's at 5. Chris was at 0. Dave, you took Mookie Betts. Mookie got you a couple of hits. There you go.
Thank you.
You're now at 2.
That easy.
I took Trey Turner. He got it 5 times. They went extra innings. He got 2 hits, so I extend to 6. Chris, who was at 0, took his favorite player, Jackson Holiday. Chris, how'd you do?
I had the bell ready.
Yes.
Just in case.
All right. So Dave's at 2. I'm at 6. Chris is at 1. New slated day of games today. Dave, who you picking?
Give me Robert Witt, the junior.
Oh, Bob Witt. He got a bunch of hits.
Yeah, he's on fire.
Well, in my tradition of since I'm going to be in attendance, and it's the A's and the Yankees.
Oh,
what is he doing?
What's he doing?
You know what I'm doing. For sure. I am taking Lawrence Butler.
That a kid. He's going local like that.
Chris?
And I am taking Aaron Judge.
Oh, wow. All rise.
You went 0 for 4 last time. Let's see if we can get it to 0 and 8.
Or he's have a day off.
Cavs and Pacers, Thunder at Nuggets, Giants
Nuggets.
open against the Twins, Yankees open, as we just talked about, against the A's. Birthdays are meant to be spent with family and friends. Mother's Day is this week, and nothing makes your mother happier than crumble cookies. Mom, look what I got you. Crumble cookies. Oh, my God, you're the best son or daughter I've ever had in my life. I love you so much. Crumble cookies.
I know you guys talked about his birthday. Did we get an age for Sacramento Kings head coach? We have it? Okay.
We have.
Okay,
yeah, all
no
day. Double nickel, 55, Douglas Christie.
Also, other Kings, former Kings. Yogi
Farrell
is how old today?
Yogs, as I like to call him. Yogs is 35.
33.
Chris is closer, 32.
Young Yogi.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Nemanja.
F it, I deserve this birthday, says Nemanja.
Bajelica?
But it's Bajelica. Nemanja Bajelica is 34.
30. I'll go with 32.
Dave is closer, 37. Oh, happy birthday, Lane Kiffin.
You know what they say about Bajelicas?
Yes, they do.
They don't Angelica. Lane Kiffin. Oh, God. He's older than I think he is, probably. Lane Kiffin's 54.
53.
Chris is closer, 50. Billy Joel. William Joel.
Billy Joel is 74.
He is 77.
Chris is closer, 76.
Jeez.
Shabuzi.
Roll call.
Shabuzi is 31.
29.
Ty, 30. Happy birthday to Candace Bergen.
That's Murphy Brown, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Candace Bergen is 81.
78.
Chris is closer, 79. You guys are all around this.
God,
Prince Fielder.
The son of King Fielder. Prince Fielder is 47.
He is. No, he's 39.
Chris is closer, 41. And last but not least, Trey Lance.
Who?
Trey Lance is 20. Trey Lance is 27.
I'm trying to think. What sport does he play?
He plays basketball.
Okay. Well, basketball are younger, 26.
Chris is closer, 25.
Dude, I missed everyone by like one.
You want
yes.
The movie Neighbors came out on this date in what year?
Chris?
2000s are tough. I'm going to say 2011.
Chris always does go first on these. I'll say 2010.
Oh, you went the wrong way. 2014. Rosario Dawson?
Rosario Dawson is 60.
What?
I don't know.
She is 44.
Oh, I meant 50.
40 what? What, Chris?
4.
Chris is still closer. 46.
Do you have any others? I know we got to go. Just like one more. Can I get one more?
Go, Christy.
Okay. Be careful here. My sister-in-law, Kira.
Oh, well, 29.
41.
Dave's right. We're going with that. Happy birthday, Kira.
All right, we're back with Friday Fun Games next.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app. Disturbed. Live. Oh, get up, come on, get down with the 25th anniversary of the 5-time platinum album, The Sickness. 2 sets, 1 show, The Sickness in its entirety, and greatest hits with special guests, Daughtry, and nothing more. Friday, May 9th, Golden One Center. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Disturbed. Live. Here for Napoleon Grills, reminding you that when buying a new grill, every detail matters. While supplies last, you'll receive a $149 gift with purchase on every new Napoleon Prestige stainless steel grill. The kit even includes a pizza lover starter kit and much more. And now up to $79 off Napoleon Rogue models. Napoleon grills are built different, built better, built to last, with a lifetime warranty and premium steel that boasts amazing quality. Visit Green Acres Nursery today for your best selection of Napoleon grills and accessories.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729. Or visit us at powercopiers.com.
We have finally made it to Friday.
Let's end your week the right way with Friday Fun and Games
on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
All right. Let's go. Carmichael Dave.
Let's go.
Christopher Laud. And
we've only got 14 minutes left of our workday.
That's right. Oh. And our midday host, Jason Ross, will take you all the way till 2 p.m.
And by we, you mean Dave.
Yeah, good point. Yeah. See you
Chris is
later,
going golfing.
suckers. You're doing midday. I don't like this, but hey, it's it is what it is.
Well, you can stick around.
I will try to do that.
Okay.
Friday
We can all count on it.
Friday Fun and Games. What do you got for us today?
We always try to have a theme.
Yeah.
And today's theme, shout out to moms.
Shout out moms.
Shout out to mom.
Yeah.
You know, lost my mom this last year. It's very, very difficult, but still
shout
out to mom forever. Forever and ever.
Infinite shout out to mom.
Yes.
You know, I'm
absolutely.
comfortable saying this. If it wasn't for my mom, I wouldn't be here today. 100%.
That's a deep thought.
I believe that.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyways.
Well,
Dad helped too.
With that said, Dave, you've got a piece of paper in front of you. I'm going to ask you to, and Chris and Kyle are playing as well.
Yeah.
So I am going to give you the first name of the 4 moms of the people that are here. And you're going to know one for certain.
Sure.
So write down the names Barb.
Wait, do we need to write these down too?
You guys don't, but
Okay.
you'll be involved in the next one.
Okay.
Barb.
Yep.
Lisa, Belinda, Laurel, and match them with the people on the show, with you, with me, with Chris, and with Kyle. And you obviously know one.
By the way, what was the thing? Laurel or what?
Yanni.
Yanni.
So yeah,
Barb, Lisa,
Laurel,
Belinda,
Barb,
and
Lisa, Belinda.
Green lightning.
Do we have any music? Maybe it'd be fun.
Let's get some. Can we get some Mother's Day music, Chris? Okay. I'm trying to think here. So,
well, you want to do the easy one?
Well, the easy one's me. My mom's name is Barb.
Correct.
Love you. Love your mom.
Okay.
Happy Mother's Day.
So now it's, who matches Chris, who matches, which you have met.
Yeah, I have.
Chris's mother. Oh, yeah, there it is. So Barb equals Carmichael Dave. We have more of these to do, by the way.
All right. I got it. Okay. I think I got it.
All right, real brain scratcher here.
Yeah.
Okay. Belinda is Chris. Lisa is Kyle. Laurel is you.
Dave, you got 4 correct. Look at
Let's
that.
go.
Wow.
Let's go.
Okay, Chris.
Let's go.
You ready to write these down?
Where are we going? I don't know. But
Sure. Okay, here we go. LaHaye, Paez, Brooks, Lerner. These are maiden names of the mothers that we just addressed.
Okay.
Okay, LaHaye, Brooks,
Paez, Lerner.
Learn.
And you obviously know one for certain.
Lerner. Lerner. I almost said Lerner is my mom.
So LaHaye,
Paez is my mom.
Okay.
I'm not confirming if that's right or wrong.
I am going to say Lerner is Dave's mom.
Okay.
LaHaye is Jason's and Brooks is Kyle.
Okay, I'm going to tell you have 2 correct. So you can shuffle.
I forgot what I said.
You gave Paez to you.
Yes.
Did you say LaHaye was me or Lerner was me?
LaHaye was me and Brooks was Kyle.
I am going to say Brooks. Wait, I said Brooks is Kyle? I'm going to say Lerner is Kyle.
Okay.
And Brooks is you.
Okay, you still have 2 correct. So you just now have to shuffle that.
Sucker. Now I really want to see if he gets this right.
Lerner is Dave.
Okay. Paez is you.
Paez is me. LaHaye is you. Wait, dang, I forgot what I'm doing. Lerner is Dave. Paez is me. Brooks is Jason. LaHaye is Kyle.
You are 4 for 4. There you go. All right, Kyle, you ready?
It's like those bottle things that you see online.
You had my mom right the first time.
Yes.
Wait, what? Sorry, go ahead.
Kyle, you ready?
Ready.
These are the occupations of our mothers.
Ooh.
Let's go with nurse, doctor, real estate broker, lunch lady.
Nurse, doctor, real estate, lunch. Well, I know my mom was real estate, so we'll check that one.
Do you know that?
Ooh, do you?
I think so.
That's what you think.
Not 100%
We've got a surprise for you.
Another one. Let's see. I believe lunch lady was for Lot. I think you mentioned that one time. So I'm gonna go Dr. Jason, nurse, Carmichael Dave.
Kyle, 4 for 4.
Well done.
Kyle's a P1.
Chris, your mom was a lunch lady?
She is a lunch lady.
That is insane. How did I not know? Did I know that?
How are we not having her come in to serve lunch?
That's
for
what
us?
I'm saying. Do we know? Does she know the secret school pizza recipe? The square one?
It's what they bring in.
All right, Dave, you ready for your next challenge? You don't have to write anything
I
down.
live in a world of disappointment.
Dave, name 5 TV moms from the 1980s.
5 television moms from the. All right, Mrs. Cosby.
Yeah.
Family
Huxtable.
Huxtable,
Yeah,
Claire
take that.
Huxtable. Family Ties mom,
Which was
what's her Denise? Nope.
You'll get there.
Okay, we'll skip. Mrs. Garrett, does that count?
I'll give you that.
Okay, Mrs. Garrett.
Girls.
Yeah. And let me tell you, she had Carla from Cheers.
Yeah, I'm sure she
Had a
was
bunch
on.
of kids.
Sure.
Oh, she had a
Yeah.
bunch of kids. And
Carla Tortelli?
Carla Tortelli, yeah. And let's go with Maggie Seaver.
Okay. And then we'll give you what was Michael J. Fox's character?
It was
Alex.
Oh, Keaton.
Baldwin.
Keaton. Marla.
There you go. Mrs. Keaton. Chris, name 5 TV moms from the 90s.
Ooh, Amy Matthews, of course.
From
Boy Meets World.
Boy Meets World.
I just checking.
Can I do Marge? Marge, I guess that's 1989.
We'll give you it. Marge Simpson.
Marge Simpson.
Is it allowed?
Lois Griffin.
Okay.